I've been kicking.
Not on YouTube. There it is.
Okay, well, I'm glad you got it because I don't have it yet. But anyway, that doesn't matter. I'm here now. We've got it. So we are in the lovely state of Virginia, and we are making our way north to New York State. So we've got Storm Rider along with us, and she's going to be taking questions and relaying them to me in the chat. And as always, we've got Racer Ward. So hope everybody's having a good evening here. I'm going to get back to welcome aboard. There's a lot going on. The more I read and the more data, the more it looks like that Russia is preparing to do something along the Milky Gap. Point consider what and some others may not agree with that, but considering I've been able to predict conflicts before I don't with my reasoning all of the signs. So go president's meeting with his commander. His commander have plans of taking this of office. His commander states that he's drawn up the plan. All of the train commander Shenko and Ab, will you be able to hold the territory? And the commander says yes, and they'll be taking the northeastern part of Poland and doing that. So no, wait a minute, I am not going 66 east. Oh, you piece of junk. Alright, this is why I hate GPS. When I stopped, it changed my my GPS's route on both of them.
Use the right 2 lanes to take the I-66 east ramp. Continue for 3/4 of a mile.
Well, glad I know where I'm going because the GPS surely doesn't.
Good old technology.
Oh, and you may not have noticed the headlights. Now you have. So
They are bright.
Yeah.
Continue for 3/4 of a mile.
Just wait. Just wait. You can tell when my high beams are not shining on the signs. It's crazy, I know. But you got to do what you got to do. You got to be able to see. And other people,
That's true.
And other people got to be able to see you. I mean, when Ray Charles said he needed darker sunglasses, I knew they were right.
In 600 feet, merge onto I-66 West. Continue on I-66 west for 2 miles.
You've got 66 people in the chat so far.
All right, welcome aboard, everybody. Hope everybody's having a good night. I'll tell you what, that bottle of go-go juice I put in here, feels like the engine's running smoother already.
What's go-go juice?
I had a problem with the van stalling. I would pull up to stop signs and stop lights, and when I would pull up, the engine is so quiet and the exhaust is so quiet, the engine would cut off and I wouldn't even notice. And so I'm sitting there at the light and I let my foot off the brake and go to put my foot on the gas, and if I'm on a hill, the van just rolls backwards, tries to roll into the car behind me because the engine's not running and I don't know it. So I got to throw it up.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, so I got to throw it up in neutral and start it, and then, pull off. And the first time I ever did it was down after we recorded Air Force One, and it's been doing it ever since. But over the last 2 weeks, it's doing it multiple times a day. So I've got a friend of mine that works at an auto parts store, so I went by there and told him what it was doing, and he's like, here, put a bottle of this in there. So it's a higher octane, and it contains a bunch of different cleaners and cleansers and carbon, I don't know what it's called, but it breaks up carbon on your injectors and in your engine and your valve train, the whole 9 yards. So I put it in there, and it actually, I've only driven since the gas station where I put it in, where we started, and it actually feels like it is running better already. It's got more pep when I went to get on the interstate, so it's doing something.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
And Backyard Clunkers is asking how you like your headlights.
Love them. Love them. Absolutely love them. Backup lights work good too.
And Wobbly has a question if you want to take it.
Okay.
He wants to know which will go super hot first: Ukraine, Taiwan, or Tehran.
Or what was the third one? Tehran. Well, Iran's going to go first. And so once Iran is going good, then Russia will move like U.S. The European enough ammunition has taken out enough of plants, like happened, a massive plant, so they're not making any. There's been 151 dies warfare by Europeans. So once Russia feels comfortable, they will move into take the Suwalki Gap, is what I think their first move will be. When China starts to move, they won't move against Taiwan. China will assist North Korea in attacking South Korea. And will take Taiwan will be in the that is written there.
Yeah, your signal got real bad for some reason.
In 2 miles, take
Right. Pulling through the Rio link.
I don't know why the signal is acting so bad right now.
God, that's some
Bless you.
moldy hay or something. I don't know what that is. It's bad.
in half a mile, take the
That's probably it with all the rain everybody's had.
Marshall, Oregon.
I think it's back now, Lee.
Take the US
Right.
17
Yeah, I'm trying to. I don't know why, but T-Mobile has gone haywire. So I'm going strictly to Starlink.
Okay, and can you put my screen back on my front, please? Well, Haywire, Haymarket, you know, use Haywire, baling wire. There's plenty of that in Haymarket, right?
At some point, we might need to reboot the T-Mobile modem by itself.
Okay.
In half a mile, take
Well,
exit 27
now is as good a time as any.
State Road 647, Marshall.
Now you can drive for a little bit as
No,
long
I'm
as you're
doing
hitting
it now because when I get out past here, I got 20 or 30 more miles of exits with no exits or only one. So this is a good exit to do it at.
Well, you're on strictly Starlink right now.
Oh, say can you see? It's a God.
Turn left onto US 17, Business North.
Look how bright that shit is. Can y'all see that?
The I-66 East, US 17 South ramp to Washington.
That shit's sick bright. Can you pull off there? Yes, you can. Look at that. Oh, there's even a tractor there. Come on,
In
better turn
800
that
feet,
down.
merge onto I-66 West.
Blinding the shit out of everybody. All right.
Do you have my audio, Lee?
Yeah. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. That first question that we had, they did not hear your answer. The question was, who's going to go off first? Iran, Taiwan, or Ukraine?
Okay, so am I back live now? You guys, am I rebooting? What am I doing here?
Yeah, you're back live, but you have just reboot just the T-Mobile modem.
All right, give me a minute because I got to get out and around to do that.
I found a faster route via I-95 North, which saves 34 minutes with a toll of $46.80. If you prefer to stay on the current route, tap no thanks.
There's a hairline fracture in the dilithium crystals.
Head toward I-66 West.
The highway company. 24.
Somebody's keying over the network. You got connection back?
Yeah, it's connected. There's just not poop coming down from T-Mobile. T-Mobile's just a lost cause at the moment.
All right, I'm sorry. Repeat that.
T-Mobile's a lost cause right now. We're gonna have to dedicate Starlink until we get closer to civilization.
All right, can you put the display up on the front, please?
In 800 feet, merge onto I-66
If you want to see high beams, look at that.
Just blinded everybody to Nebraska.
I cut them down as soon as I see people. Come on now. Plus, I'm at an angle. It's not straight on. I'm overly courteous with my lights. Until you high beam me.
Made some adjustments to the bandwidth. We'll see if it works any better.
In 2 miles, take exit 23, US 17 North, Virginia 55 West, for Delaplane, Paris.
Boy, they're jamming the crap out of 8992 right now.
I wouldn't doubt it. This is the exit you get off if you want to go to Mount Weather.
In half a mile, take exit 23, US 17 North, Virginia 55 West, for Delaplane, Paris. Take exit 23. In a quarter mile, turn right onto State Route 713.
All right, any questions, comments? What's going on here? How many we
Well, we
got?
still have the original question. We have the original question from Wobbly about who's going to pop off first, basically. Ukraine, Taiwan, and I think it was Iran.
Well, no, it'll be Iran is going to pop off first. Iran is going to try to do as much as they can to draw U.S. into using more weapons to deplete their weapons. Russia is bringing those 120 missiles in. However, some of those missiles coming through Siberia were hit in some way, shape, or form. So a train load of those missiles didn't make it. How many's on it, I'm not sure, but they never made it to the front line. So that's going to make a difference in Putin's plan for using those. The interesting part about the Korean missiles is that where Russia is talking about staging those Korean missiles, they're capable of hitting the Baltics. Now my question is, if you're trying to fire missiles at Kyiv that you can fire from way farther to the east to keep them out of the range of Ukrainian drones, why would you bring those North Korean missiles all the way up against the Belarusian line to fire at Kyiv?
Take exit 18 toward Markham.
I mean, none of that makes any sense to me. You know, you can't say it's to cut the flight time. The flight time's almost nothing as it is. And they ain't got nothing to shoot it down with either way. So, what's the purpose in bringing it all the way up against Belarus? So the way it looks like to me is they're still going to continue their effort in Kyiv. They may fire missiles and additional missiles and drones against Kyiv now that Ukraine doesn't have any air defense systems along the lines of Patriots, so to speak. And the Europeans are so scared to death that they don't want to give them any of theirs. So China, Russia are going to continue to push Iran to expand the conflict. Then in addition to expanding the conflict, Putin will move into the Baltics before North Korea attacks South Korea. And so it'll be North Korea attacking South Korea, and then once that kicks off over there, China and Russia will join in and attack Japan. And when that happens, the U.S. won't be able to respond because we won't have enough weapons, precision weapons, and we can't fight in 3 conflicts at once. So the U.S. will be tied up in Iran, and the U.S. will be tied up with anything that happens with NATO in the Baltics, and we won't have anything to send over to the North China Sea or the Sea of Japan to do anything about what China, Russia, and North Korea want to do over there. And Taiwan will be taken via an agreement as opposed to by force. China doesn't want to destroy the assets that it has in Taiwan, and the best way to do that is through a treaty that says we take control as opposed to destroying the place. And that treaty will say that the U.S. won't have any intervention in it, Japan won't have any intervention in it, South Korea won't have any intervention in it, and China will do whatever they want. Hopefully that answered your question. Hello?
We're here, Lee. I'm trying to see what happened here.
No additional questions at the moment. You got about 84 people in the chat.
All right, welcome aboard, everybody. Hopefully that answered the questions.
Yes, he just said thank you. And Milo is asking, or is saying that U.S. will never let Putin take the Baltics.
Right.
And Audrey Dollar is asking how soon this will kick off.
Nobody knows exactly when it's going to kick off. And Russia is now saying that they're not even going to announce that they're calling up troops. So we won't know it until it takes place. There might be a chance that we see some troop movements, but if they do this surreptitiously, moving people by commercial planes and moving people on tourist buses, we won't have a fucking clue until the first round is fired. All we know is that they've trained to do it, they've prepared to do it, they've trained the troops to do it, they've got the troops to do it, the equipment is in place, the aircraft is in place, the ammunition is in place, the tractor trailers are in place, the training is in place. The commander is convinced that they can take the northeastern part of Poland and hold it along with the Suwalki Gap. And the Belarusians have already said, the President Lukashenko spoke with the commander live on TV and said that they could do it. And Lukashenko, or not Lukashenko, but Lavrov, Sergei lies his ass off, Lavrov, has said that Russia does not believe that NATO will protect the Baltic states if they're attacked, and Russia is willing to test that theory. And if Wobbly wants to say that the U.S. will not let Russia take the Baltic, how the fuck are they going to stop them? The Russians can close every single route from Poland into Lithuania in under 14 minutes. The U.S. won't even be notified within the first 14 minutes. We won't even know. All we'll know is there's an attack taking place. And it doesn't matter if Russia picks up the phone and calls NATO and says, I'm taking the Suwalki Gap right now, and then hangs up the phone and then gives the command to start the attack. NATO and the U.S. still cannot stop them from taking from the Suwalki Gap all the way up to the highway that leads from the airport at Vilnius all the way across to Kaliningrad. They can take every single bit of that in 48 minutes, and there's not a fucking thing that NATO, the U.S., or God can do about it. If they carry out the plan, they can do it.
Backyard Clunkers has a question.
Okay. Are the headlights bright enough?
They are. Nobody talks about Eastern Russian territory near Korea and Japan. What all military info would Japan, South Korea, and U.S. be concerned with?
We did several shows on it. All the islands north of Japan, all the way up to the North Sea, are the the Bering Sea. All of those islands up through there that Russia has any presence on, they have military assets on them, and they have been building up the base just north of Japan significantly. So there's a lot that is being built up north of Japan and on the eastern side. We've done numerous shows with Jeff, Johnny, and Lee pointing that out, showing the new air radars that are being put up, the Air Force bases that are being improved, the fact that they moved. We just covered it the other day. We've got 4 Tu-160s sitting there on the runway right now. They've built new hangars. They have nuclear storage there. There are 3 major radar sites there, early warning radar sites, plus an airport radar site. They've got hundreds of vehicles, multiple fighter jets. That's just at that one location. So, I mean, we can go through, there's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of locations. What the hell is that? Are you telling me they built a mosque there? Are you kidding me?
And David Sampath, he says hello, and he advises that the past few days, Trinidad and Tobago Regiment and Defense Forces have been doing joint sniper training and other training with the U.S.
Cool. That's good to know. There's a reason for that. Well, thank you, GPS. Due to the inaccuracy and me stopping for a couple of times, I've now went from being at my location at 2:30 to being at my location at 4.
Hopefully you can sleep in the morning.
Huh. I'm sure that's going to last.
One of the viewers is asking why you're going to New York. Any interview with Mondami?
No, I'm not having an interview with Mondami. I have multiple reasons to go to New York. I've got several business opportunities, and I've got a couple people that I need to interview. And then another guy that's part of an investigation that I'm working on. So I got a lot of reasons to go to New York. All right, did that answer everybody's questions?
I believe
All right, thank you. How many we got with us?
looks like 88.
That ain't bad for a Sunday night. Welcome aboard, everybody. What do you think of the video? If it stays dry like this, I'm going to stop and clean the lens. So I need to look at the. Can you look at the radar and see what I've got from 6681 up? Does it look like I'm going to get into anything? Please.
Yep, give me a sec. Yeah, lots of rain and storms.
Really?
Yeah. You're just ahead of it probably.
Just to, I
If
want.
you slow down, you're gonna be caught in it.
Oh shit. Alright, well, it is what it is. Let me see if this will help me.
It'll be hitting the Winchester area in about maybe an hour and a half.
Yeah, so what I got to do is I got to hit the Winchester area, and then what's coming across up at Somerset and Chambersburg, I got to let that go by.
They don't look too bad. It's rain,
Right.
but they don't look as bad as the one going through West Virginia.
Yeah. So what I'm hoping here is I'll take this exit going north here,
Use the right lanes. Take exit 1B for I-81 North.
clean my lens, and I should have an hour or so of clean driving here. Get the spots off of it. Won't take me long to get up there. This is all nice and dry road here. Yeah, I can feel the difference in the go-go juice when I come in on the throttle. That's a lot cleaner burn. I wonder if that's going to do anything for my mileage.
Do you track that pretty closely?
Yeah, it stays right around 10, so I got the opportunity to test it again here. I want to run all of this through it and then do it. I don't want to do it while I'm running the fuel treatment through it, because that's not real fuel.
In half a mile, use the right lane to take exit 1B for I-81 North toward Winchester. Use the right lane to take exit 1B.
Martin in the chat says, once the computer adjusts to the new fuel and adjusts ignition timing, fuel economy will increase.
All right.
And Wobbly's been timed out.
For
Being rude to the mods.
oh well, fucking smoking then.
Take him, Darkstar.
Okay, yeah, I can do two things here.
In 400 feet, keep right to continue toward I-81 North. Keep right.
Well, nope, it hesitated there, but it
800
didn't
feet,
die.
merge onto I-81 North. In 1,000 feet, turn left onto Carolyn Avenue.
You gotta blow it out a little bit. Maybe that's what it is. I've never been to a McDonald's Econo Lodge.
Turn left onto Carolyn Avenue.
You're kidding.
You said it was a McDonald's Econo Lodge?
That's what the sign says. But McDonald's is closed. That's...
In
wow.
300 feet, turn right into the parking lot.
Good God, talk about holes. This looks like the moon. I'm not going out through that.
Turn right into the parking lot. In 150 feet, turn left toward Reliance Road.
Obviously, they don't
Exit
want to
the
be on the
parking lot.
news. As soon as I turned towards them, they spun around and faced the other way. All right, I'm going to stop here and clean this lens. And we will be on our way. Ooh, these lenses are grubby. right, hopefully that's better. Well, so much for a fish sandwich at McDonald's. That looks better, doesn't it?
Oh, yes, much better.
All right.
Head northeast, then turn right.
Now, good, thank you. What was... Yeah, and I left the remote control for my disco lights.
At the stop sign,
Back
turn
there, they're
right
going to
onto
have to
Reliance Road.
email that to
Then
me.
you'll take your first left onto Carolyn Avenue.
So... There's Wawa, but I don't think I want to do that. Not now, anyway. Wow, that is definitely better. Holy cow, look at those headlights. Good God.
You're so proud.
Turn left onto the I-81 North ramp.
I'm more
Then north
shocked
onto
than I am
I-81
proud. Who knew that 4 LEDs could do that? You realize that's all that is. There's 4 LEDs on each headlight and it only uses 2 at a time. There's 2 on one side and 2 on the other side.
Yeah, it looks amazing. Let me know when you're ready for a question.
Yep.
Continue on I-81
Big
north for
D
129 miles.
is asking if we've had any sub-hunters flying east or west coast of the U.S. lately.
There have been, but not tracking. There was one occasion where I thought there might be that Ada had pointed out, but I just think they were doing training. It wasn't enough activity before or after. So they may have been playing with a new toy or having somebody take a second look at it. Other questions? Wow, dude, you're flying in on my side.
I don't see any active questions right now. Did you guys get any rain down there today?
Oh yeah, it poured. We had high winds breaking branches out of trees. Yesterday they had tornadoes in the area. Yesterday they had tornadoes just down the road from where I was.
That's been crazy lately.
It's only going to get worse. Then you got the idiots that think that we're not going into the grand solar minimum. Okay.
Jake Bradley did a good show last night, Grand Solar Minimum.
Yeah.
He did a good one on it.
Yeah, I saw part of it. I can watch all of it.
He gave you a nice shout out.
Well, that's good. Yeah. Yeah, it must have been later in the show. I turned it on when I laid down, and I woke up and the show was over. So
It was a little longer than some of his normal ones.
yeah, I had to watch it again.
It was good, very good.
Yeah. I got to the point of where he was, the last thing I remember, he was zooming in on the sun going, look at that. That's the last that I saw that, and then I rolled over and I was gone.
That was it.
Yeah.
But it's definitely worth going back and seeing it.
Yeah, I had to do that when I got time up here. I've got meetings scheduled for Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. So I'm going to be super busy running around trying to get with everybody. Some of that will be broadcast, most of it won't.
Okay, Crimson Wolf has a question.
Okay?
He says, when is NATO going to stop pretending nothing's happening and start hitting back against Russia?
When Russia attacks them wholeheartedly. NATO doesn't want to fight. They don't want any conflict at all. They're going to do everything they can to avoid it for as long as they can. They're going to prolong the pain until the pain gets too great. And every time that they don't do something, it just emboldens Russia to do more. And Russia has done more for so long that they have now infiltrated, put soldiers in, operatives in, hybrid warfare is taking place. They're already flying drones past the radar. They've already figured out where all the radars are. You guys will remember that we tracked the drones that zigzagged back and forth as they were testing the Polish radar and NATO's response. Russia knows exactly what they are doing. It's the frog in the water. And Russia just simply turns up the heat a little bit more and turns up the heat a little bit more. And they push everywhere, and where they can get away with pushing, they keep pushing. Where the people push back, they don't push anymore. And so they push the softest spot, and they're probing all of those spots. That's what I think it's 120 or so drones since the beginning of the war, drones and missiles that have been incursions into NATO countries and European countries. That's all probing. And NATO doesn't have the balls to say or do anything about it. They won't even acknowledge what it is. It wasn't until today that Germany actually came out, or just the other day, Germany came out and said, well, who else would it be but Russia? You know, they've already tracked the drone, the explosive, and everything to the FSB, so it's kind of hard to say it's not the Russians. So when will NATO do something? Not until they're punched in the nose and bleeding. And then they'll probably ask, well, what'd you do that for? I think I got the headlights at the right height. That's low beam. What do you think? For those of you that have a big screen.
This is low beam right now.
Yeah, that's low beam.
Man, it looks like high beam.
Oh. Yeah, that.
That's nice.
That's high beam. You'll see it here in a second. Yeah, right here into the corner. That's high beam.
Oh my God.
All right, well, I've come to the conclusion that I'm going to need to stop up here and get a bite to eat, because if I don't, there won't be any place open between here and where I'm going in New York that I'm going to want to eat at.
Did you get your steak early?
Yes, I did. But I'm not going to get breakfast in the morning, so. Actually, I got enough nibble food in here. I don't need to stop.
I was just checking the radar. It looks like you might pocket where you can get in and out before that bigger storm hits.
That's exactly what I'm trying to do.
Yep. Looks like you might have it. You have little rain after that, but nothing big.
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm trying to do, is follow that pocket up. I used to do that when I was operating Electric Blue, looking for the holes in the clouds to get the sunlight. And
That was in solar yacht, right?
yeah, Electric Blue was solar yacht, and so I would actually look at the visible radar or visible image from space to figure out where the holes in the clouds were, to try to be there so I could follow the holes up. Sun on the boat as long as I could. There were times I'd pull back the throttle a little bit and slow down just so I would get the extra time of charge, and then continue on so I was charging longer, so I had a higher battery voltage when the clouds did come in. It was interesting. Never a dull moment.
How'd you like the rodeo the other day?
I loved it. I didn't like the fact that I got 14 copyright strikes, and YouTube still has yet to respond to me about that. They're like, we need a URL to the video.
Yeah, that did look like it was a lot of fun, though.
Yep. I love the tractor pull too. Some of these bridges are crazy.
Are you still looking into that air ride system?
Yeah, but that's above my pay grade. I was hoping Racer was going to buy me one, but he ain't said nothing about it yet. So.
And I don't think he will. AJ Broadwater said that he liked watching the tractor pull, and he's asking if there would be any other events like that.
Oh yeah, we're going to do a lot of events like that. Preferably with no music so they don't get taken down, but you know, I guess I can't complain too much on YouTube. It is the weekend, so I got to give them till Tuesday or Wednesday to get back to me. Because this is a legal matter. It's not like they got lawyers on duty at 3 a.m. on Sunday.
Not for music playing.
Say what?
Not for a copyright strike on music.
Right, yeah. They're, you know, well, I have to have my entire status on YouTube changed. You know, we're not, the problem is YouTube is considering us YouTube creators, and we're not YouTube creators. We're a news outlet, and we provide, we act as a news aggregator as well as a news outlet. And so as an aggregator, a licensed news outlet, a certified and registered news outlet, they can't apply the content ID claims from music that's played in public at public events. And the AI is not smart enough to know that it's a live event and not us making a video using somebody else's music. So we need to have a white label just like CNN, ABC, CBS, Fox, OAN, every one of them. They have it. There's no reason why we shouldn't.
Got a question for you.
Okay.
Is the main reason why the Europeans haven't responded is because they have not ramped up their defense and weapons industries?
they are ramping up their weapons and defense industries. The problem is they know that what they got ain't enough, and they know that it's coming, and they want to prolong the peace for as long as they can, despite whatever they have to do. I mean, if you've got a bully that the first time you punch him in the nose, you're going to be in a fight, they want to put off punching him in the nose as long as possible. So they're going to continue to let Russia pick on them for an extended period of time until they're ready or Russia pushes too far. So it's either going to be, and it's not going to start because of the Europeans. It's going to start that Russia is going to push too far, and once they push too far, then that'll be the breaking point. But until then, the Europeans are going to act like there is nothing going on. How many we got now?
Your brother's in the chat.
Oh, God. You ought to recognize this sign, West by God on 81. Wow, wonderful. West
West
Virginia.
Virginia.
That was interesting.
Claude says there's big bumps in 1 mile.
Yeah. That's why I moved over here in the left lane.
Jason Bastelli is asking which brother is the better.
Other is right. I don't know. I guess it might depend upon what you're driving. I will say he's the better motorcycle rider. I will say that.
Did your GPS ever recorrect?
Yes. Yeah, I did that before I got on 66. Or excuse me, on 81. we got now?
'83.
Where's everybody from?
Your brother said in 20 minutes you'll be passing where all the A-10s were built.
Oh, cool. Sure they don't want me stopping in. Too many cameras. Has everybody been able to notice a difference in the headlights?
I wouldn't mind having those myself.
There's high beam.
They are
for you.
broke.
Well, there's Sylvania's. I think they're like $100 a pair. Can't see it good enough, I'll give you a better look see here in a minute. I still got you guys. Hello. Did I lose you guys?
Closure ahead.
Okay, check test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
The return audio is not working back on Lee's side for some reason.
Yeah, I don't know why. I can hear you. Racer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you. I just can't hear Storm. That was loud.
Yeah. I don't know why you wouldn't hear Storm.
Yeah, I can't hear her. I can hear you though. You can hear her?
Yep.
That's crazy.
We lost signal and then,
All right, now I got her.
oh, okay.
All right, so questions, where's everybody from, all that other good stuff.
Let me catch up. Hang on.
Wow.
I don't hear any active questions.
You don't hear any?
Sorry, don't see any. I was reading somebody saying that they didn't hear me.
Years ago, they had a new deputy in the sheriff's department, and the deputy wanted backup before he went into the house because it was a domestic situation, and the guy that was there was known to be violent. And so he was a young guy, and he was a small guy, and he was waiting for the other deputy to get there who was responding in code. And the new deputy says, "I can hear your light, but I can't see your siren."
It happens.
Yeah, that's got to be one hell of a loud light. Yeah. I can hear your light, but I can't see your siren. Yeah. Guys talking in code. I used to love to hear the guys talk on TAC. Got all the stuff they'd see and how they could explain it without being, how should we say, forthcoming. So,
Yeah.
speaking in code. I'm gonna have to put these headlights in every vehicle I got. Just watch this.
You'll have to put a link in your Amazon store.
Yeah, intimidator lights.
Yeah.
I do the front and the backup lights. Are we still holding 88?
We're at 72.
All right, well, it is
We do have a
midnight.
question.
Okay.
Did you hear of the fire at the Danville Army National Guard Base Ammo Reserve Building? 4-alarm fire.
In Danville, Virginia?
That's what I would guess, right on the border with North Carolina.
No, I did not hear about that.
Let's see if he confirms, because that's the Danville I was thinking of.
So it was a Danville Army National Guard facility?
The Ammo Reserve Building. It was a 4-alarm fire.
Wow. Well, there's probably light ammo, nothing major in there, because I didn't hear anything about major explosions or anything like that. Not to say that I hear everything, but none of my...
Well, he just confirmed it wasn't Danville, Virginia. He said Danville, Pennsylvania.
No, didn't hear about it. Fires do happen, so I'm not going to say it's suspicious at this point in time.
Especially the wildberry fires. They're real suspicious.
That's smoking by Russians inside the building. It's got to be.
It's got to be. No other explanation makes sense.
I've told them that they need to move those smoking rooms outside, but they don't listen.
Someone earlier in chat said they should switch to chewing tobacco.
Yeah. right, so what did you say? There's 72 people here?
Well, now up to 78.
Okay, so I want to ask the 78 people, why are you here? You like the camaraderie? You like the view? You like the conversation? You like the questions? You just like hanging out on KLW World News? You are absolutely bored to death? What's your reasoning?
That's correct. Command truck fly officer. Command vessel.
All right, Wonton Raps likes the camaraderie. Angel Lawrence loves the ride. And Claude likes being with the cool kids.
It's been that way.
29 Palms likes the accurate information that you can't get anywhere else. Albert Burge says you're enlightened and entertaining.
Say that again, that GPS cut you off.
Albert Burge says you're enlightening and entertaining.
Okay.
Pittsburgh Fireman, it's a family atmosphere, education, and sharing of news and truth before anybody else. AJ Broadwater says nothing else is on, but he's just kidding. He says, I enjoy the comment, and he gets an education. Eucantry, this is where he gets his news. I'm not going to read that comment.
Oh, come on.
Zeph Hell, I believe you spoke to him earlier. He likes assholes.
He likes to ask. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay. Wonton likes my voice.
Who likes what?
Wonton Reps likes my voice.
Oh, your voice. That's why he's here. Okay, all right. I see how it is, Wonton. Hitting on my mods. It's against the rules.
Comstat loves the road trip, especially with a very intellectual guy.
Who's that?
Comstat 1.
Oh, I was talking about the intellectual guy.
Oh. Let's see. Divergence X. I did a donation of $10.
Well, thank you much, Divergence. Greatly appreciated. Need all the help we can get. Yeah, who's filling up the truck the next time? It's going to be about $80.
And Sugary Sweet and Simple says, I like to hang with KLW family, especially at night, since I'm always wide awake. And we love Lee and our moms and the members.
Yep. Hang it.
Your brother likes your crazy stories.
Uh-huh. He's been in some of them.
Tom's enjoying the ride. Yep, those are your reasons.
All right. Well, I guess we need to keep doing that then. Keep doing it till the wheels fall off or we run out of gas.
Shut down operations now, and that's halfway through the paper file, so you can wait for it. And we're flying the first line back to me. Taking the second line, truck fast. Engineering stop operation. Shut the line back down.
No more questions? People didn't tell us where they're from.
We do have someone in the chat that's volunteering to be a satellite imagery analyst for you.
Really?
Or actually, they'd like to learn, actually.
Oh, okay. Well, we do that, so hang around long enough.
Your signal dropped.
I said we do that, hang around long enough, we'll show you how to do it. In fact, we got AI working for us now.
We have a first-time chat. Apparently, they've been following for quite a while, but never commented in the chat.
Okay. Welcome aboard, however long you've been here. Got to keep the chat active. So,
Angela's tuning in from Nevada.
well, welcome Nevada.
Divergence X is from Massachusetts.
All right. I was just up there.
Bucantry's from North Carolina.
All right.
I saw someone earlier post they were from Colorado.
Okay. Used to live there. Used to live in North Carolina too.
Sugary Sweet and Simple is asking if you're aware that Floridians are being charged for storm water.
Who is being charged for what?
Floridians?
Are being charged for storm water.
That's what she says.
What do you mean by that? That you're being charged to use it or to deal with it, or there's a stormwater fee for dealing with stormwater? What more details?
I'll let you know what she says.
Thank you.
Your brother is trying to name his van, and he's torn between eliminator, eliminator, discriminator, irritator, or facilitator.
Irritator fits best for me.
We have somebody tuning in from the Ozark Mountains in Arkansas.
Well, welcome Ozarks. I love the Ozark Railroad that's up there. Oh, I'm going by the end of the airport here. I'm sure Claude knows where that is.
I still don't understand what Sugary Sweet and Simple's trying to say with the storm water. She said that they've gotten letters from tax collectors that they're going to charge them for storm water when it rains.
Yeah, for dealing with the water runoff. However much water they get, they got to pay. Welcome to Florida or Florida. Should have stopped there at the rest area. Or is this it? This is it.
Is it raining or the road's wet?
It's raining.
Okay.
But the roads are slick because it just started raining.
In a quarter mile, merge onto I-81 North.
Well, big truck, you screwed up. It says cars only and you're facing up in here. That's a boo-boo. Or it did it again. This thing hesitates.
In a quarter mile, merge onto I-81 North.
Alright, I'll do that. First, we have to ooga booga. No, I have to get a drink out of here. I can't. Well.
Battalion on armor, 35. Battalion 901. Just for you there.
I'm running out of supplies. Well, this is crazy. This is supposed to have been a 5.5 hour drive, and well, if you look at how long I've been on the road, it says I've only been driving for an hour and 15 minutes. Huh.
And the stream's been on for 113 minutes.
Yeah. So it's been 45 minutes longer than, well, yeah, plus all the driving I did before the stream even cut on. Hell, I'd been driving for 45 minutes before we cut the stream on. Come on out, buddy, even though I got the high beams that are lighting you up. You're still going to pull out in front of me.
Continue on I-81 north for 68 miles.
Molly Pritchard. Never heard of her. Wow, this is a nice road.
I just checked the radar, and you really did pick a good time to hit the road. It looks like you're going to miss almost all of it.
Good. Yeah, I waited an hour and a half to leave because I thought I'd be able to time it just right. going on the network.
Remember the question or the statement about the storm water in Florida?
Yeah.
Information was posted in Ask Lee channel
Okay.
just to explain it further.
Yeah, I just got 10 messages, so I just thought something was kicking off.
Screenshots of the notification from,
Okay.
yeah.
Oh, I'm getting into the rain now. You know, I was going to watch this thing, and I said, nah, New York's too far to watch it. It's probably going to rain before I get there.
Your brother's advising to stay off the New Jersey Turnpike.
Yeah.
Comstat has a question for you. He says, Lee, I'm curious about an EMP. Could you share what you know and if it's probable any country who would use it?
If it's possible, where?
If it's probable, what country would use it?
Well, the U.S. has developed EMP weapons. The Russians have developed EMP weapons. And I'm fairly confident that the Chinese have an EMP weapon, although it's not documented. China and Russia work close enough together. I'm fairly certain that the Russians would share that technology with them. What are the likelihoods of those being used? I think very likely. I think it's more likely, way more likely, that they would set off an EMP device as opposed to setting off a nuclear device, because you can set off an EMP device and not use nuclear power at all. In fact, the U.S. has a cruise missile that can fly over targets and repeatedly pulse an EMP device and take out everything that's around it. And one of the things that I said that should be looked at is an EMP device put on a vehicle that doesn't have any electronics, just driven from city to city with a large fuel tank. You won't be able to do anything about it, because by the time it goes off in each city, it's going to black out everybody and nobody can report it.
I've got something to add to that.
Okay.
Last week I had all the electrical lines leading into my house replaced.
Okay.
Long story why. But apparently, according to code for my area, they had to also install a whole house surge protector.
Okay.
Would that give me any benefit?
Some. It's not going to stop a surge and an EMP. An EMP takes place in picoseconds. And so it'll help a little bit. The biggest thing that you can do to help yourself is put ferrite chokes over the wires coming into your panel box from outside. And then all of the small lines coming off of each one of the breakers over the black line and the white line and the green line, put small ferrite chokes. And so you can count the number of single pole breakers in your panel and times that by 3, and that's the number of chokes you need.
And those are the ones you get from Dr. Arthur Bradley, correct?
Yeah, from disasterprepper.com.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
And that's a cheap and easy way to do it. You can do it for, what, $50 at most? If you buy the big ones for the main lines, it'll be more than that, but the small ones are cheap. And they're just ferrite chokes. If they're too high there, you can find them at other places.
Sure. Okay. Thank you. And then somebody else in the chat has an additional question on that same topic. Do you think EMP or cyber attack on the grid
Both.
would be coming from bad actors?
Both. I think the first stage would be cyber, and then an EMP after that. But the thing about the war that we're getting ready to fight is it's like no other war that we've ever fought. This will be a technology war. This will be an electronic war. This will be a propaganda war. This will be a misinformation war. This will be a war that people report using AI and videos that are 100% generated and no part of it is true. And the problem is going to be that, and it's already started, when events take place, I can find 20 channels that are putting out 100% misinformation on it. And there are no channels putting out any real information on it. And so because everybody sees those 20 channels of misinformation, they believe it. Like, for example, the video that, what's his name, the Russian propagandist guy that wears the glasses and the hat. Can't think of what his name is right this second, but he put out a video that showed the back of the Gerald all Ford all melted in dock and all this other stuff. And the video was completely AI. There was no part of the video that was real at all. You know, so that's the type of thing we're going to see, like the videos from Iran claiming they got a missile launcher that's got 32 wheels on it, you know, or the F-35 on the tractor trailer, but it's only the trailer going down the interstate, and the trailer has 6 axles. There's no road tractor on it at all. And the F-35 is so huge, it looks like somebody poured a couple 100,000 gallons of Miracle Grow on it because it's way proportional to the size of the trailer. You know, so those are the things that we're going to see. They're going to cut off our credit cards. They're cut off the grid. They can shut down all of the internet. This is why I am so, how should I say, adamant about people getting onto the KLW World News Network, because when they start attacking YouTube and they start attacking X and they start attacking the banking system and they start attacking all of these other things, those are well-known systems, and what they can do is DNS attacks and send out false information for the routing. Yes, the systems can figure it out, but, you know, and eventually come back. But if they continue to put out that fake information, it will completely confuse the system, and the networks around the world will go down. And as long as they continue to put out false information about where the DNSs are and the addresses and who's hooked to what, then we're in trouble. And you can have India doing it, or excuse me, Iran doing it, China doing it, Russia doing it, North Korea doing it, and if they're all doing it at the exact same time, that's going to be a major issue for credit cards, for Twitter, X, all of these other social media sites. They can take them completely down, and there's nothing they can do about it. And as long as that attack persists, you're not going to be able to make communications with them. The great part about the KLW World News app is we're not any of those systems. And because we're not any of those systems, we're immune to that. They would have to have our internal communications, encryption, and so on and so forth to know all of the stuff on our particular system and attack us specifically, and they're never going to do that. It's not worth the effort to take, our members down, even if they could. Plus, we work through the backbone of the cellular system. So if people are trying to make phone calls and all the phone lines are tied up, you'll still be able to communicate through the backbone on our system or through any other form of internet communications that there is on our system. And so when Twitter's gone, or X, and all these other platforms are taken down by DNS attacks, the only way you're going to be able to communicate and get news is on the KLW World News Network. And me knowing that that is what we will be facing, that's what's driven me to design it and build it and have it changed. Because even if they attack ES Chat, they can take down their system, but they can't take down ours because ours is separate from theirs. And our software, our app is separate from theirs. You can't use a standard ES Chat app on KLW World News Network, just like you can't use the KLW World News Network app on ES Chat. They're two separate apps specifically built for us and modified for us, which makes it immune to what they would do to the others because it's not the same. Or is it on the same network? So that's why I push the KLW World News Network so much. Any other questions? Hopefully that was clearer than mud.
It was. But Albert would like to know if an EMP would take out all working drones.
It depends upon the proximity and the power of the EMP. So, if you've got a high burst, high yield, so a high altitude burst, high yield, yes, everything that is within visible sight of that. So imagine it was a mighty bright white light in the sky. Anything that was in visible sight of that is smoke, or it's going to let the smoke out of it. So airliners, aircraft that are fly-by-wire, cars that are fly-by-wire, like Teslas and others that have electronic steering, all of those are going to be done with.
And Claude was wondering if you were taking 78 East
I believe.
to the New Jersey Turnpike.
Yep, I believe. it's getting cooler up here, that's for sure.
Does the Intimidator have a thermometer?
No, that's one thing I do not have. I want to put an anemometer and all that on the outside of it, but I haven't gotten to it yet. We will definitely do that before we go to hurricane season. We're going to have an anemometer, weather station, and all that.
What do you think of the lack of hurricanes so far?
I would expect it for the grand solar minimum. I've always told everybody during the grand solar minimum that we won't have more hurricanes. We'll just have more rain from them, and they'll be larger events, especially when the hurricanes experience coronal hole streams. So if you've got a hurricane and a coronal hole stream at the same time, when that coronal hole stream makes contact with that hurricane, it will massively increase in power, size, and precipitation. And we've seen that with Katrina and a variety of other hurricanes that have came through. We've actually seen where coronal hole streams come in, and you can actually watch the intensification on the visible as well as on the radar. It'll actually increase right there in front of your eyes as the coronal hole stream is making impact with the hurricane. The charge
So what do
part.
you think about the grand solar minimum impact on earthquakes we've been seeing?
Earthquakes and seismic activity. So say during the grand solar minimum we have 100 earthquakes and we have 100 volcanic eruptions. 70% of those will be before the valley of or the lowest point, and 30% will be when we're coming out. And we will drop into the grand solar minimum much faster than we will come out. It'll take 2 to 3 times as long to come out of it as it will to drop into it. And once the drop starts, we're screwed. 2030 is going to be, everybody and their brother is going to know about the grand solar minimum in 2030. And that's why Russia and China and all of them want to get things kicked off in 2027. Because if they don't have everything figured out, and see, look, people don't understand or even know that it was the Russians who first discovered the grand solar minimum was coming here in 2030. And those Russian scientists gave their reports to Putin in 2011. Then in 2012, they started to react to it. In 2014, they knew that they were going to have Crimea as a warm weather port, just like they have to have Kaliningrad as a warm water port. And so the Sea of Azov and up around Rostov and so on and so forth, that freezes over and it's a bear to get out of there. Same thing with the northern part of Russia. All of that freezes over up there. So if they want to, be able to do commerce, they've got to have Crimea. They've got to have the Sea of Azov. They've got to have those southern ports to be able to do it. They, down along the southwestern part of Russia, up on the Black Sea, they can build up the infrastructure, but they think it's easier just to steal it from the Ukrainians. They're finding out now that the cost is much higher than they expected, and they're not going to get what they want. So it's not a good thing for the Russians. So they have to do something. And so I think they're going to be forced into taking the Baltics so as that they've got access to the Baltic Sea. Because it looks like they're going to lose Crimea, and Putin is becoming desperate, and he knows that if he doesn't do something that shows a victory, he's going to have real problems. So as soon as the elections are over, I think we're going to start seeing some real changes out of Putin's attitude, Putin's military, and how the offensive goes. So will Putin go into the Baltics before the election? Absolutely not. Will he after that? a damn good chance that he will, because all the evidence points to that's what they want to do. And if you're going to attack NATO, where would be the preferred place to attack them? Their weakest point. What's the weakest point of NATO? The Suwalki Gap. Other questions? How many we got in here now?
We have 90 people watching, and I missed a question when we were discussing the EMPs.
What?
I did. I didn't understand the question, so
Where
he kind of
is that
reloaded
whip
it.
button?
I know.
Missing questions.
I did. Well, I didn't quite understand the question, so he rephrased it. So Big D is asking about lead paint. It's his
Stop eating
understanding. Stop eating the lead paint. That's good advice. And his understanding is that it blocks radio frequencies.
Not really. It does, but it doesn't. It's not like a sheet of lead. It has some lead content in it, and you would have to have it be a really, really high concentration of lead, and you would have to have multiple layers of it before you would have a good shielding. I wouldn't. I mean, I've never tested the conductivity of lead-based paint, but I would think the pigments or colorings or so on and so forth in it would increase its resistance to make it well above, and so because of that, I don't think it would be that good of a protector for EMP. And then what do you do for the seals around the edges? You got to have metal on metal to seal it off. That's why you always sand the inside of your lids and the outside of the container, so when the lid fits down over it, it's a good clean seal. So I don't want to say lead-based paint won't work at all. I haven't tested it, so I can't tell you that, but just from looking at what it's made of and all of the impurities in it, I don't think it would work that good. I wouldn't trust anything to it unless I had done extensive testing on it.
Can you even buy lead paint?
I don't know if you can or not. Probably not, but I wouldn't. You know, the hazards of it, the fact it can flake off and then you've lost all of your protection. Because look, it only takes a crack. And so if the material you've painted with lead-based paint gets a crack in it, guess what? The whole thing is worthless. That's why you need to have an aluminum box or a steel box or a copper box or a mesh screen box. And the best protection is multiple layers made of different materials. So one of copper, one of steel, one of aluminum, anything that will conduct electricity, and do not have them touch each other, because each layer is like a force field of its own. The objective of the EMP container is to capture the magnetic pulse inside of the mesh itself and have it pass across the mesh and cancel itself out. Now, the thing about that is anything that receives a signal re-emits that signal. So that's why, or 50% thereof. So that's why you want the multiple layers, and to do the best with frequency, you want multiple materials. So if you wrap it in aluminum foil, and then you wrap it in a copper mesh or screen, and then you wrap it in a stainless steel screen, and have the stainless steel be the outer container, and you put a layer of plastic, whether it's a plastic bag, and I would actually recommend something thicker than a plastic bag, because the last thing you want is for any of the layers to make contact with the next layer to it. So leave your container, your item in its box if at all possible, or wrap it up in bubble wrap, then do your aluminum foil, then a layer of like packing tape or bubble wrap, then another layer, then bubble wrap or wrapping tape, packaging tape, and then your third layer, and then wrap that up. And you can bury it or lay it out and have a nuclear bomb go off very close, and that 3 separate layers of 3 separate materials will stop basically almost any EMP out there. The package is more likely to be damaged by the blast than it is by the EMP. When you do 3 layers of 3 materials completely separated, that rivals that is superior to what I actually designed for the Air Force and for critical infrastructure. And my system is neg 130 dB. So it takes 130 dB to come through to even detect it. And mine's a single layer. The triple layer is even better than that. The triple layer is close to 150, 160 dB. And that can be dependent upon the material you use and the spacing in between it.
Albert Berg had put in styrofoam.
You can put styrofoam in, yes. Peanuts, anything. Just, you need airspace, separation.
I generally use cardboard.
Yeah. The thicker the better, but
Yeah.
Cardboard works fine. I just hate using plastic bags because they can wear if you're moving it around or transporting it, and then as soon as 2 layers touch, you've canceled them out. That 2 layers now becomes 1. The worst is when it touches the object you're trying to protect. Other questions? Did that answer all of those? And how many?
I don't see any other questions.
And how many extremely bored people do we have here now?
83.
Yeah. See, there's got to be nothing going on YouTube. All the channels have to be down or something.
And your brother does have some advice on what routes to take if you want to save on tolls and traffic.
Yeah, I'm just going to take what the GPS tells me. I've gotten lost up here. They've changed the roads around so much. And it should be just straight in. I've got the cheapest toll route that I can get right now at $20. It'd be more than that. It'd probably be 30 or 40 because we're doing pay by tag.
That's your gas level.
It is at a quarter, so who's buying the next tank? It's only $100. Actually,
How are the prices in Virginia?
326 was the best I got in Virginia, and $7.99 was the highest in New York.
$7.99? That's awful.
Well, they advertise $7.79, but if you use a credit card, it's $7.99.
Oh, that's just terrible.
Yeah, that was in Uptown Manhattan. That's where the WPIX news van pulled in behind me. He didn't even want to look at our van. Yeah, he pulls up in this plain white thing with no modification. Basically, he has the exact same van as far as the body, the manufacturer, and the mast. But other than that, that was the only commonality. because this one's been redone from the front to the back by a racer, and he still has the same stuff in his van from 2011. So his van hasn't been updated in 15 years.
So he had big van envy, huh?
Oh God, yeah.
I'm going to pronounce the name wrong, but it's something like Chalcedony. I'm saying it so wrong. Knows of a guy who made a system that shuts the power off to a house or car in the event of lightning or a power surge.
I didn't get the first part of that. What about a guy that did that?
No, he just said he knew a guy that had made a system that shuts off the power to a house or a car.
Yeah. Yeah, Arthur Bradley's system does that. Or it gives you an alarm. Or I love the EMP.
Yeah, you had an alarm go off a couple months ago.
Yes, I did, and come to find out they were having problems on the grid, and that's what was setting off the alarm in the van, was the grid fluctuations.
Yeah, it went off several times, if I recall right.
Yep, it did, yeah. Yeah, that was only while they were having problems there in Northern Virginia with the grid. Well, there was also a CME coming in at the same time.
Yes, that's what it was.
Yeah, and so that's what was creating the fluctuation on the grid, and it was seeing the
And then it
fluctuation.
triggered the alarm.
And it kept triggering an alarm. I think it triggered it 3 times. You know, that's the thing I love about 5% window tint on the side windows. When people high beam you from the rear end, you actually have to stare into the mirror to actually be able to tell.
Oh, really? It's that dramatic.
Yeah, everybody looks like they're driving around with their marker lights on.
Now, is it still raining, or is it just...
Oh, it's raining.
rain?
Yeah, it's raining. I got the wipers on full time. In fact, you can see the tracks from the tractor trailer ahead of me. There's those white stripes in the road. There's water laying on the road, and the truck's picking it up.
Yeah, I couldn't tell if it was old ponding or if it was current rain.
Yeah, you can see that it looks like white stripes on the road in front of me. That's the wheel tracks from the tractor trailer in front of me. That's how much water is on the road. So yeah, it looks like stripes in the snow. Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can get these Intimidator headlights and put them on the store.
They'll be sold out after watching this.
Yeah. I just wish it was, more remote and darker, and it wasn't raining, so I could get like out in the middle of nowhere and cut on the high beams so you guys can see what it looks like that. It hasn't been a fair demonstration of them yet. Wow, it's really coming down now.
kind of lost track of where you are.
30 miles south of Harrisburg,
Oh, okay.
8 miles from Carlisle. 394 or 39.4. Let me see here. Yeah, 39.6. And the 40. Damn, Holmes, your side, please. Your side. Your side. There we go.
Yeah, you're driving out of that storm soon.
I hope so, because this sucks. I've got wind ponding on the road.
Yeah, that one got stronger as it came across.
Yeah, I'm hydroplaning a little bit here. That's why I'm trying to get back in this tractor trailer's tracks again. It's just millions of little drops coming down. It's not big drops. It's just a heavy.
Yeah, it'll be lighter
drops.
soon.
Yeah. I mean, you guys can see it. It looks like fog, but it's rain. I tell you, where the water's ponding on the highway, when you hit that at 65, it definitely gets your attention. I'm just
And
glad.
you have the oversized tires, right?
Yeah, I'm so glad I have oversized tires with deep tread because it handles it. If I were running like street tires and you hit that deeper water, they just hydroplane all over the place. This thing handles twice as good and rides 5 times better since I put the oversized tires on it. I had no idea it was going to improve the ride so much. Everybody that rides in it's like, my God, how good this thing rides. People the other day said it rode like a limousine.
Are you sick of living out of the van, or is it still okay?
I love living in the van.
And your wife's still happy?
She's thrilled to death.
That's too funny.
Yep. Yep, she's thrilled to death. Because see, I'm out on the road. Well, look at it this way. Since I have left the house, I have not had to take my blood pressure medication once. And
Not even with Jack yelling at AI today?
No, and the great the great part about it was, as soon as I got done arguing with Jack, I actually called my wife, took out my blood pressure cup, and my blood pressure was only 139/89.
Oh my God.
After telling Jack off for an hour.
So how do you explain that? That your blood pressure is lower on the road than at home?
Well, the way I explain it, and the way that she explains it, is that I'm way more active on the road. I enjoy being on the road, and traveling down the road, driving, I'm relaxed, and my body is used to being on the road. I drove trucks and vehicles and hauled cars and hauled other stuff, and drove an ambulance, drove a fire truck, drove a command rig. I've just driven a lot of stuff and driven a lot of miles, and I'm comfortable doing it. I enjoy doing it, and my body reacts positively to it. I just can't believe that I haven't had to take. In fact, on my last trip, when I went down to Florida, and the Wacko was down there. You know what I'm talking about. When I was down there, I was still taking my when I first got down there. I wasn't aware of how great that I would do as far as my blood pressure was concerned, and I was still taking my blood pressure medication. And I took it one morning, and late that evening, well, I don't want to say late in the afternoon, early evening, my blood pressure dropped to 90/50, and I felt like I was going to pass out. I couldn't hardly stay alert or stay conscious. And so after an hour or so, that passed, and that was like, okay, I need to stop taking my blood pressure medication. And so I didn't take it anymore until I got back home again, and then my blood pressure went right back up, and I had to start taking it again. So on this trip, I said I'm not going to take it. When I left the house, I had taken it that morning. Oops, shit, I got to get gas. Uh-oh. Anyway, this trip, I said I'm not taking it unless my blood pressure goes up. And so now I haven't taken it at all the entire trip. Because my blood pressure has never been over 150 on the whole trip.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah. So, and I'm drinking a variety of different juices. I drink orange juice in the morning, lemonade in the afternoon, Gatorade if I'm hot. If I'm working outside or doing anything, I drink Gatorade, and then I drink milk in the evening and at night. And so I keep the cooler full of that. And I'm eating, peanuts and fish and, steak and stuff like that. So I'm eating well. Okay, there's got to be gas station here at one of these, or a truck stop or something. I hate getting gas in the rain.
There should definitely be something around Carlisle.
U.S. Army Heritage Center and U.S. Army War College. But I don't see a gas station. Here we go. Alright, yeah, there is one here. I don't know if they're open, but there's a gas station here. We're going to try and see anyway.
Slide left onto the Pennsylvania 74 North ramp. Then at the next light, you'll turn left. At the light, turn left onto Pennsylvania 74 North.
Oh, are you kidding me? No, alright.
Your brother wants you to get off at 52A.
Oh,
In 800 feet, turn right onto Fairfield Street.
well, that's a little too late now. Because I already got off here at Grover's. Alright, it says 2 north. 81 north, so I gotta keep going here.
200 feet, turn right after Joyce Morgan Beauty and Wig. After Joyce Morgan Beauty and Wig, turn right onto Valley Street.
Shh. Nobody saw this. Hide your eyes.
Turn left onto Fairfield Street.
Are you kidding me? There's no 81 North entrance ramp here. Wow.
And your brother agrees. He says it's a crap
Southeast
exit
on
to go back
Pennsylvania
north.
74 South.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Your brother agrees that that's a crappy exit to get back on north.
Yeah. There's your high beams. Look at that shit. I seen trains that ain't got headlights look like that.
At the next stop sign,
I wonder if we can see the stop sign.
at the stop sign, turn right onto Pennsylvania 641 East. Then you'll turn right onto the ramp to Harrisburg. Turn right onto the ramp to Harrisburg.
What did he say? Exit 57?
52A, but right now he's saying follow GPS. You were going the right way.
All right, well, I'm down to an eighth, so.
Yeah, he still wants you to take exit 52A and bear right.
81 north for 21 miles.
52A and bear right.
Yes, there's a Sheets.
Okay. Y'all need to remind me when I get there I need to fill up my gas can too. I need to fill up both of my generators and my gas can.
Okay.
Because from what I understand where I'm going, they told me they had power for me, and now they're telling me that they don't have power for me.
What kind of generators do you have?
I have a Honda and a Cobalt, and I love my Cobalt. I loved my Honda until it broke and Claude had to fix it, and then I bought a Cobalt, and now I wish I would have never bought the Honda. The Cobalt is bigger, the Cobalt is cheaper, and the Cobalt has a bigger fuel tank on it, and the Cobalt is quieter, and it's lighter. What did you say, 52 or 54? What was it?
52A.
52A, all right. Well, we're here.
And Wonton's asking how many gallons in the gas can.
The gas can holds 5. One generator holds a little over half a gallon, and the other holds right at half a gallon. So actually both of the generators are full because I topped them off. So the only thing I got to fill is the can. 52A on location.
And stop at the bottom of the ramp because the cops apparently watched that site.
Alright. What? Are you trying to say I can't do a California rolling stop? This sucks.
At the next stop sign, take a slight right.
Take all the fun out of it.
At the stop sign, take a slight right onto US 11 North.
Evidently they do watch it because the tractor trailer's stopping too.
And Claude is preferring the sheets over the Flying J.
Yep. Holy sheets.
In 1,000 feet, make a U-turn at Embers Drive.
Actually, I don't even see the sheets. I guess this must be it. Doesn't matter if it is or not, it's where we're going.
Apparently it's the other way around.
Huh?
Turn left toward US 11 North.
It's alright, I'm here. That's all.
Sheets is on the right at the light.
I'm here and I can get out, so that's all that matters. I gotta have a wallet. Where's that? There we go.
Hold on. Hold on.
So I need to go the other way? There's a Conoco.
At Embers Drive.
Oh, there it is.
This is what your brother wrote. To exit there and not do a U-turn, go around the right side of the building, behind the building. then turn left to get back on 11 at the Sheets.
Okay, yep,
So go behind the building.
yep, I got it. Yeah,
Got it?
yep, I got sheets down here now.
At the next stop sign, turn right.
I feel punchy. I'll be back.
And you have at least 3 hours. Maybe you should stop.
I gotta get closer. Otherwise, the traffic in the morning will be too thick. All right, we're bumping away. God damn. Now it's saying I ain't gonna be there.
Can you hear me?
29.72 gallons was 115.89. So who's buying?
Can you hear me, Lee?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why, did you say something?
The audio's a little bit choppy.
Oh.
Exit the parking lot toward
Well, microphone outside in the rain.
turn
I
right
don't
onto Embers Drive. Then at the next light, you'll turn left.
like them getting wet.
Claude's asking if you know if you're on satellite or cell.
I'm on sat.
At the light, turn left onto US 11 South. Then you'll use the right lane to take
Go out the same way you came in.
Harrisburg.
Say that again. The GPS was talking.
Go out the same way you came in.
Okay, thank you. I can't believe how small the raindrops are, but how heavy it is. It was actually, I don't know if you guys could see it in the video, the water is actually running through the parking lot. I mean,
Yeah, I could see it hitting on the parking lot.
yeah, it's definitely ponding up nice.
And you got the gas can filled?
Yep.
Okay. Left, then right onto ramp
Use the right
for
lane to take
81
I-81
north.
north ramp.
So it's left,
Merge onto
then right.
I-81 north.
I don't know how you manage to do it, but every single time you talk, so does the GPS.
Hopefully she's giving you the right directions.
I think she's saying the same thing you are. So the crazy part about it is the GPS mutes you because it has to talk, but it mutes itself because I'm on the phone. So both voices go to half volume.
Crazy.
Yeah. Ooh, that is hydroplane. We're slowing down. I need a truck. I'm gonna wait on
That area's been just so soaked with rain lately. It's has nowhere to go.
Yeah, well, there was an inch or two on the back of the water, or excuse me, of water on the ground back there, or on the road back there, because I felt the van lift up and lost steering. Thank you, FedEx.
Well, it's 1:30 on the East Coast, and you have 71 people.
Well, welcome, folks. Thanks for hanging out. It's putting her down out there, that's for sure.
I've got a question for you, Lee.
All right.
You've done so much in your life. What do you still have left on your bucket list?
Number one on my bucket list is I would still like to do the Great Loop in a 100% solar powered yacht. I'd like to be the first person who's ever proven that they did the entire loop on 100% solar powered. I'd like to see the end of the war in Ukraine and go to the Crimea beach party. I've got a guy that I'm recommending as a DJ. I've always wanted to do, there's a route around the United States that you could see all of the, I can't remember how many thousands of miles it is, but it's all of the top places in the United States. You can take that route and you'll see Mount Rushmore and the Grand Canyon and all of these other places. I wanted to take you guys, that's one of the reasons I built this van. I want to take that route and take you guys around to see that. I want to go to the Grand Canyon with my wife and ride donkeys down into the canyon and back out. But when I called to schedule to do that, they told me that my ass was too fat for their ass. So they wouldn't let my ass on their ass, and if I didn't lose weight off of my ass wasn't allowed on their ass. So I'm working on making my ass smaller so my ass can get on their ass. I want to go to the Ark in Noah's Ark and the Elephant Sanctuary, and I want to film the trees of the foliage along the Skyline Drive and the Blue Ridge Parkway, and I want to start at the northernmost part when it's at its peak and then work my way south only during the daytime. And I want to record all of that on the server when I do it. My God, it's raining. Holy shit. I want to record all of that on the server so as that I can upload that complete, uninterrupted, no nothing, and then everybody gets to look at the fall foliage. And then I've wanted to go back to Cass, West Virginia, where I filmed the video cast in color. I spent 2 weeks filming that and making that video. And after making that video, when YouTube took my channel down, they took that video down, so I don't have that video anymore. So I'd like to go back and re-record that in 4K rather than 1080, which is what I recorded it in before, and put that back up so everybody could see it. I think that's about it.
That's quite a lot.
Yeah, pay off my house and all my debts so I don't owe anybody anything.
Your brother said the loop is the only thing left on his list.
Yep.
And he thought the solar sounded cool.
Yep, well, make a spot for him on there. I just got to get the thing funded to go do it. I need sheets of fiberglass across the main deck and repair work and some plumbing work. Get the batteries going again and probably a new motor after it's sat underwater. So, a lot to do. Wow, that's nice and smooth there. Take the kidney right out. So nobody ever answered if they can tell the difference between the headlights now and what they used to look like, other than you, Storm.
No, a couple people did.
Oh,
Dark
okay.
Star mentioned. Dark Star noticed it. I don't remember who else, but there were a few.
Okay. Yeah.
No, it's an obvious difference. It really is.
I'm upset that I can't use high beams. I mean, I've had high beams on maybe 30 seconds the entire trip. Well, I had them on when I was coming through the woods right after I left, but since the stream's been on. But hell, I didn't even have cell phone service there, so y'all wouldn't have seen it. But, you know, and then I want to get the network up worldwide and get everybody trained up on that. By the way, I have been continuing to test the KLW World News Radio and the programming this entire trip. I've done it multiple times using the KLW World News radios. So at this point in time, I have no issues with anything that's been programmed into the radio thus far. When I get back, I'm going to do one more channel by channel. That's going to take a while because it's 900 some odd channels.
Yeah.
But I'm going to go through that and verify all of that, and then when that takes place, the people who have whatever email address they have on file with KLW, they will have to email a specific account with their email and request the download, and then once we've verified how long they've been with us and that they're in good standings, then we're going to send it to them. And I'm going to have my wife.
Yeah, that's the key point.
Yeah.
In good standing. Yep.
Yeah. So, yeah, as long as they're there, then and we can verify that, you know, how long they've been here, then we'll send it to them. So, anyway, I'm really happy with it because everywhere I've went, I've been able to grab the radio and spin it and listen to whatever I want to, with the exception of when I was in DC trying to listen to their digital. It won't do that. You got to have, you know, a $5,000 to an $8,000 radio to do that. I mean, I do have one, but we we as KLW World News members can't afford $5,000 and $8,000 radios.
No.
We've got the next best thing, which this is the messed up part about it. Okay, so I have the $8,000 Harris with everything on it, does every band, has all of the government stuff, all the digital stuff programmed in, everything in its brother. And then I have what has always been my favorite portable, which is my Yaesu VX6R or whatever it is. It's a 6R.
Yeah, I have one too. Yeah, they're nice.
Okay, that's my go-to portable and has been for years. When I traveled, did stuff with the military and the government, that was everywhere I went. If I was there, it was there. And it was always on. So that was my go-to radio. I had it and 2 extra battery packs, a earphone, and a wire antenna, so that I could wear it on my body with the antenna hidden under my shirt, and have the audio come up through an earphone and talk through it. I could talk into my sleeve and hear out of my ear. So that was my go-to radio for doing clandestine stuff. And since I got the new tri-band radio, I haven't picked either of those radios up. Every single time I have wanted to use a radio, monitoring aircraft, monitoring military, monitoring police, monitoring fire, monitoring weather, monitoring the railroad. I've used the new radio that we're going to use on KLW for that every time, and it has worked, I don't want to say flawlessly, but very well. One of the tests we were doing, we were way out from where we would normally be, and it still worked.
Well, that's good, because that was a relatively inexpensive radio as well.
You can buy 3 of those fucking radios for what the battery on my Harris costs.
I bet.
Okay, it's ridiculous. And my Harris only operates for 8 hours on that almost $300 battery, and this thing operates longer. So how are you? It's almost impossible to argue with, and when it all hits the fan, there's not going to be anybody operating on digital radios.
No, not at all.
That's not going to happen, because there's going to be no trunking infrastructure. There's going to be no power for the repeaters. And
Well, they'll be good for 48 hours maybe, and that's it?
I would say it depends upon the site. So if it's just a small basic battery backup system, you would expect 24 to 48. If it is a generator system, a short generator system would be 48 to 72 hours. So that's not a battery backup, it's a generator in place. A larger size site may have 4 to 7 days worth of fuel, and then a critical infrastructure government site, which has, FBI, CIA, Secret Service, U.S. Marshal Service, Department of Interior, Bureau of Land Management, people like that on it. On that site, it'll have 30 days of diesel fuel. So you'll have, 1,000 gallon, a 1,500 gallon fuel tank. Yeah, but that's the only you're not talking on that.
No.
Yeah, that's for example, an underground facility Claude and I are very familiar with the site that was up on top of the mountain up there. When that requirement came through, they installed a 1,500 gallon generator, or excuse me, a 1,500 gallon fuel tank on the generator down the hill. And then when they decided that they wanted to make all that shit fiber and secure, they took it all away. And so now everything is gone. And that's a lot of money. That's a truck full of horses going up the road right there. Air ride. The trailer ain't moving at all. It looks like it's hovering. I got offered to do a job doing that, by the way. Hauling horses.
Well, I think you'd love something like that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yep. Absolutely.
And Claude's advising once you hit 78, there are no good places to sleep until the city.
Yeah. I found that out on the way out. Well, I got to get where I'm going, because
The next flight left, stay on I-81 North.
if I don't get where I'm going, I'm not going to have a place to stay. So the goal was to be there at 3, and now it says I'm not going to be there till 5.
Take a flight left, stay on I-81 North. Signs for I-78 Hazelton.
But the weather, I'm not speeding. In fact, most of this trip I've been 10 to 15 mile an hour under the speed limit because of the rain.
Is it still raining?
I just came out of it like maybe a couple minutes ago. I mean, I still got
Like
water.
the lenses are pretty rain.
I still got road spray on my windshield, and I didn't hear what you said.
It just looked like the lenses were less wet.
Yeah, they are. Wow, that's crazy. In the lower left-hand corner, that glow in the sky, you can't see that at all with your naked eye.
And it's really bright for us.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. I'm looking back there in the mirror and everything. I can't see it at all. Wow, the wind really picked up right there. Holy mackerel. So I guess if I could just only do one or two things in the rest of my life, one, I'd like to leave and not owe anybody anything, and two, leave the place better than it was when I got here. And if I can do those two things, I'd be happy with that.
Well, I think you've helped a lot of people out, so I think your number twos, you can take that one off the list.
Yeah.
You've left it a better place for a lot of us, just educating us and sharing.
Yeah. Well, and I think, my opinion on that is I owe that to everybody, because it's your $1.2 billion a year I was spending at Fort Benning, and it was more than that at Fort Monmouth. I don't even know what our total budget was up there. You needed it. You just bought it. We spent, I don't even remember. At one time, our cellular bill was over $135,000 a month. But all of those were top secret phones. They were Motorola flip phones. Wow, flip phones with a STU 3 slice in them. And so it didn't cost us anything for the encryption. That was operating over the regular MTSO, mobile telephone switching office. But when we placed the calls, that was for the monthly service for all the phones. So, yeah, $135,000 a month. And they're like, oh yeah, nothing. You should see what we pay for our internet going through satellite. That we were, at one time, we were paying almost $6 million a month in satellite fees coming out of the war zone for video conferencing, telemedicine, news, military, C-band, because we leased and encrypted over somebody else's satellite. So, you go tying up an entire satellite for a month, that shit ain't cheap. And we had to do it all around the world because we're talking, the Army is worldwide. It's not just in the United States. So we've got stuff in Asia, stuff in the Middle East, stuff in South America, Africa, all of Europe, and all that shit's got to be tied together all the time. And I'm only talking the Army side. What the Air Force, the Marine Corps, the Navy, and everybody else did, irrelevant. That was just Army SATCOMs. The only reason I know is because my office was in charge of all wireless devices. So it didn't matter if it was a HF radio or a SATCOM rig, MRSAT. If it had an antenna on it, it broadcast any kind of communications. Now, I was not responsible for receivers. It had to transmit to come to my. So if you had like a spectrum analyzer or a scanner or some kind of shit like that you were using, that didn't go through my lab. That was a specialized, or my command. That was a specialized application. Everything I had was bi-directional and encrypted.
Now, what started you on your journey with radios and electronics communications? How'd you start that?
I started at an early age when my brother used to electrocute me with wall outlets and telephone lines and the ringer on a phone. And I learned at a very young age that I needed to be smart enough not to grab a hold to the shit he kept telling me to hold on to. So that was the beginning of it. We had a CB radio. We were one of the first people to have a CB radio. We had an old Midland, I think it was a Midland 13-857, and I can't remember what our call letters were anymore since my stroke. I know my brother can remember them. But anyway, so we had CB radios, and then my father had a feed mill, and so he had radios in his feed mill and all of his trucks. And then when he left there and started out on his own, he went and got a repeater system so he could communicate from one county all the way into the other. And so we had those radios to talk on. And then when I was 10 years old or 7 years old, 8 years old, something like that. No, I was 10. I think I was 10. I've got one at the studio. I had a TRS-83. Well, first we had little black walkie-talkies, and then I had the Radio Shack TRS-83, and then after that I had a Midland portable 23-channel radio that could plug in your cigarette lighter or use 8 AA batteries. Then after that, I had VHF radios, then UHF radios, then amateur radios. Then I went to electronics school, studied electronic engineering and robotics, and started software engineering and PLC language, and I got through PLC, but after that I was like, yeah, screw that. I don't want to be a code writer. I'm dyslexic, got enough problems as it is without trying to write code and then trying to find what's wrong in the code. So I decided not to do code, and then we started a two-way radio business, and we had GMRS repeaters, and all this shit was 40 years ago. And then I got I went to Florida, I got a job working for Motorola. Once I started working for Motorola, then I started working for their clandestine and surreptitious operations, supporting first mobile vehicles, just undercover vehicles. Then it went from undercover vehicles to really undercover vehicles, and then it went from that to surveillance vehicles and building command vans and surveillance vehicles, and then it went from that into surveillance equipment, night vision equipment, thermal imagers, remote sensors, pin registers, wiretaps, body mics, and I just kept getting deeper and deeper. So, first I started out just doing police cars, and then I started doing sheriff's department cars, and then I started doing undercover cars, and then I started doing DEA cars, and then CIA cars, and then all the way up to Secret Service cars and State Department vehicles. I've even done vehicles in the presidential motorcade. So that just one thing led to another, led to another, and led to another, and then from there, having a wide, diverse knowledge of that and what I wanted for myself, I put a camera system. I invented the PBS-14. Put a camera on the back of a single binocular night vision tube and mounted that onto the top of an M16A2. Actually, I did it on M16A1 first. It's the first night vision device with a camera incorporated and fed to a heads-up display. And so that's why I invented the PBS-14, was for that. It wasn't even to wear on your helmet, it was to put onto your weapon. And then I tied that into a heads-up display, and then was at a special operations conference with Rear Admiral George Worthington from SEAL Team 6. He was West Coast SEAL Team Commander. And he was at the special operations conference at Fort Bragg, and I was there when he gave his speech, because he was a keynote speaker. And he said, when are you industry people going to start putting this technology on my SEALs? And so when he walked down off the stage and got to the bottom of the steps, I was standing there waiting on him and said, sir, we can start putting the technology on your SEALs today. All you got to do is tell me what you want. And he said, can you be at my office on Wednesday? I said, yes, sir. So Wednesday of the following week, I was in San Diego at Coronado Island at the RDT&E, and they went in and told me what their requirements were. I designed prototypes and built things for them. Actually, previous to that, I had already done a system for the United States Coast Guard, the first wireless boarding party system for the U.S. Coast Guard. Then I did the system for the Navy SEALs, because it was the system that I did for the Coast Guard that I demonstrated to the Navy. And then, so after I did the system for the Navy SEALs, I was back at Fort Bragg training special operations. And that's when Captain Ellis from Army AMED came by and saw me shooting from the hip and broadcasting the weapon sight to a widescreen TV so everybody could see that I was shooting from the hip, but my head was facing a different way because I was using a heads-up display. And so after I was done training the 82nd Airborne guys, Captain Ellis came up to me and said, how far can you transmit a signal? I said, I can talk to the moon if you want. And he said, can you go bi-directional? I said, yeah, it'd be twice as much. And he said, can you be at my office on Thursday or of next week? And I'm like, sure. So give me your address and so on and so forth. So I drove up and met with Captain Ellis, Lieutenant Colonel John Romline, Lieutenant Colonel Neil Fay, and Colonel Fred Goringers, who was charged of the Army AMED at Fort Detrick. And when I got tied in with them, they said, yeah, we want you to do this. That's when the term telemedicine was coined by the U.S. Army about my system. That's what they called it. And that was coined by Lieutenant Colonel Neil Fay. And telemaintenance was coined by Lieutenant Colonel John Romline, both on the same day, both in the same building, both speaking about one system that I had designed that was a bi-directional video audio data transceiver system. At the time, it was the world's first man-portable full duplex video audio data transceiver system capable of full duplex video audio and data from any surface on the surface, any point on the surface of the earth to any point on the surface of the earth in a package that weighed less than 15.5 pounds. Man-portable system. And it was scrambled. We were scrambling the video. So then
That sounds like an impressive description of an advanced communication or relay system. Is there a specific question you have about it?
Well, I'm trying to figure out how Grok decided to, or Gemini got into my conversation here.
Yeah, that kind of popped out of nowhere, didn't it?
Yeah, thanks, Gemini. And then, so I did that, and then
In 2 miles, use the right 2 lanes to take exit 89 for I-78
I was asked
for
to
Allentown.
go to Fort Benning and do a demonstration of my system down there. I said sure, so I got in down there at the tail end of the SIPE program, Soldier Integrated Protective Ensemble, and the beginning of the Digitized Soldier program. And then when we ended off the Digitized Soldier program with Sergeant Decker and all that, we started Land Warrior, and the joke in the Army was Land Warrior was LW and Lee Wilbarger was LW, and I was head of that. And then when they ended the Land Warrior program and we went to the next program, which was Force 21 Land Warrior, again, everybody said it's Lee Wilbarger, Force 21 Lee Wilbarger, because I was again head of it at Battle Lab. And then when we got through with what was going on down there, they moved me to, and I was senior technologist at that Battle Lab. And I've left a lot of stuff out because I'd be here all fucking night if I talked about everybody I worked for. Then when I left there, the guys at CCOM picked me up, Communications and Electronics Command, and made me senior technical staff in charge of all wireless assets. And so that's how I got my position at CCOM. I was number 2 under General Ernst, so I had a OS6 was my boss. And so I had a 2-star who was in charge of Fort Monmouth, and then I had an OS6 by the name of Jim Lockwood, who was my boss, or who I answered to. He was in charge of all deployable and research and development assets for CCOM. and the FDSB, Field Development and Support Branch. Prior to working for the Field Development and Support Branch, I worked for the LSE, which is the Logistics Support Element under Army Material Command. And so I came in working under Army Material Command and was assigned to the LSE, and then they modified the program and turned it into the FDSB, Field Development Support Branch. The joke was we were the feminine deodorant spray branch.
Oh, God.
So, and we were put in, I was doing EMP and pulse power there at Fort Monmouth. We were testing my facility. Where I had my lab was actually in the pulse power building, the EMP building at CCOM. In fact, I had my own, so I had an office, I had a lab, and I had a storage facility. And I'll never forget when Jim Lockwood, because I said, I need a room to put my equipment in. And so they took me to this closet, and I'm like, no, you can't get half my stuff in here. And they're like, what? I was like, yeah. So I said, I need a bigger room than this. So they gave me a laboratory, and I started bringing my stuff in and unboxing all my stuff and putting it on the shelves and, all over the place. And Jim walks in and goes, my God, where'd all this come from? And I'm like, this is my collection. And he's like, you got better stuff than we got. And I'm like, well, that's one of the reasons that they hired me. So, because I didn't get, I did not get placed at Fort Monmouth through normal channels. A special operations colonel called a 4-star with military intelligence that I know both of them, and they called to Fort Monmouth and said, you need this guy, and they sent me in there. And then I'll never forget the first day I went in. So I didn't know anybody on the base, never met anybody there. And so the very first day I'm there, and they've put a Harris cellular system into the back of a Humvee, and they're going out and testing the thing, and I'm standing there watching them do all this and putting it all together, and I've kept my mouth shut. I haven't said shit because, again, it's the first day on the job. So I'm there, and I'm watching everything they're doing, and they go out and they do the field test. They can't even get 3 miles from the thing with a cell phone. And, we're on a hill, and the antenna's 100 feet in the air, and these guys, 80 feet in the air, and these guys can't even talk 3 miles. And so I said, let me look at this thing. And so I went inside, looked at it. They had a hybrid combiner on the thing. It was taking like 30 or 40 dB, 42 dB off of the receive sensitivity. And I'm like, well, this is a clusterfuck. Get rid of this. This doesn't need to be here. Let's just come straight out of the back of the transmitter, straight out of the back of the receiver, and we're going to put the receive antenna on the top of the tower or top of the mast, and we're going to put the transmit antenna inverted about 4 feet below the transmit antenna. And that's what we need to do. And Jim Lockwood and the colonel are standing there with me, and the colonel says, you think that'll work? I was like, yeah, I'm sure that'll work better. So the guy who was in charge of the inventory over there, I said, hey, you got another roll of hard line over there, you got another antenna over there, another bracket, go get me an antenna, a bracket, and a hard line and the fittings, so that I can tie right in here. I need a male in connector on both of these. You've already got one run, I just need a Mayo in connector on the end of your hard line and another cellular antenna to put up on here. Let's get this mast down and get it set up to put the next antenna on it. And all these guys are looking at me like, who the fuck is this stupid redneck? Because, I've got a southern accent. I'm in New Jersey, and none of these guys have ever seen me before. They've never heard of me. They don't know anything at all about me. And so, they're all reluctantly doing what I'm telling them to do. And I've physically removed a $70,000 hybrid combiner amplifier out of this Harris mobile cell site. And so we put the whole thing together, put the mast back up, and I told everybody, I said, now go out to exactly where it was that you were losing signal, and then call us again from there, and then see how much farther you can go. So we sent everybody back out, everybody got into it, and everybody more than doubled their distance from the tower just by simply changing that out. And then when they all got back, they couldn't believe, the quality, the clarity, what the range was. They were all in shock. And that's when the colonel turned around to everybody and said, now you know why this guy is now in charge of all wireless devices for CCOM. And they all about hit the fucking floor. Because first off, they thought I was going to be when I got there, they thought I was going to work in the warehouse. They had no idea I was going to be their boss. So instead of having, it was 36 people total, instead of me having 36 people over me, I had 2 people equal to me and 1 above me. So that's how I got started and where it went to. And then I left CCOM and started my own research and development facility at Mount Hope, along with the fire department. Continued on developing technology for the U.S. Army for 4 more years.
Very impressive.
Yeah, a lot of fun.
But your brother said that you're probably skimming over a lot of the details because it would take days to tell the whole story.
Oh yeah. I've skipped 95% of it.
Yeah. And he did remember your original call sign.
Yeah.
Kilo Uniform 6170.
Yep. Yeah. From many, many moon ago.
That's quite a legacy.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I'm working on a book. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to tell all of my stories. And then I'm having AI verify everything I say to the fullest extent that it can. And then I'm sending that to an author in Florida. And then that author is going to write my bio. All that himself. I'm just giving.
That's quite an undertaking.
Yeah, and so I'm just giving him. It's going to be a novel. It's not, there's just no way. The fucking thing would be longer than War and Peace.
That's what I was thinking.
If I covered everything. And so I'm having AI, like I said, write it and verify it, double check it with sources. That's part of Jack's job, is to verify that, and then I'm doing it in chapters and sub-chapters. So different businesses I've worked for, different businesses I've worked with, different companies I've either owned independently or with people, all the years of firefighting, crazy stories from fighting fire, crazy stories from the Army, crazy stories from doing spooky shit, famous people I've worked with, famous people I've worked for. A lot of people don't know that I worked for Ross Perot's family, or hauled around their collection of cars, or how many times I've been in other countries and done strange things. And there's a lot of it that that side of it is never going to come out. I won't live long enough for that to be declassified. But there's other stuff that, crazy stories about when one Special Forces group's boat got stolen, and members of that Special Forces group decided to go to another country and get it back. That was a very interesting weekend.
That's a good story.
As to how all that went down. That was a lot of fun. And then, we had a great time. And I got invited just because I was the guy with the best night vision and thermal imagers to do surveillance on the place before they went in to get the shit. That's the only reason I got the phone call, was because I was the one that had the big inventory. So they're like, hey, can you come out here for the weekend, man? This is going to be a really cool trip. Oh, and by the way, we need like 9 sets of night vision goggles and 3 thermal imagers. Really? It better be a hell of a weekend. You're paying for anything, don't come back. So, anyway, those were the days. We did I'm telling the story about coming back from Indy 500 wearing night vision goggles at 75 miles an hour, and blowing past state troopers where the speed limit's 55 and they won't even pull out because they can't see your car. Or just crazy stuff like that. Or when I was testing Russian night vision goggles and almost got shot by the Florida Highway Patrol. So, yeah, there's been lots of fun stuff. Any other questions, thoughts? How many people are still in here? I didn't hear any of that.
I said everybody is enjoying just listening to you.
Okay, so how many we got? No questions?
73.
That's not bad for 2:20 in the morning.
And
So, welcome everybody. Thank you. Hit the thumbs up. Subscribe if you haven't. Is there anybody in here that's new or fairly new? It's not accustomed to this insanity that we do. I'm still pissed off I can't get my high beams up.
think about the other people on the road.
That's why I haven't cut them on. Can't wait till I get out in the middle of no frickin' where up here on 78. I'm still trying to figure out how a 5.5 hour trip turned into 7.5 hours.
Yeah, that doesn't seem right.
Yeah.
So everybody's basically saying they like story time with Lee.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, and I got to tell about, the training exercises and the different special forces guys I've trained, and the working with the Israelis, working with the Australians, working with the Brits, working with the SAS, and then you got the whole scenario of being at the Pentagon on 9/11 for a frickin' week. That's a book within itself. you know, and breaking into the Secret Service building in the middle of the day or in the afternoon while they were there. That's a different story. And then getting called by the White House, and my boss being an OS 6, and the White House calls on a Stu 3 line and asks for me, and my boss, who's an OS 6 now, okay, they won't tell my boss what it's about. So the White House calls my office asking for me. I'm at lunch, and I have a Nokia 9000 ILK. You guys will remember the cell phone that James Bond flipped open and drove the car with. Well, I actually had the real one. In fact, I had two of them. So I had the Nokia 9000 and the Nokia 9000 ILK. I had both. And so we were doing a Monarch card in it, which is an encryption card that's a STE, secure telephone equipment, as opposed to a STU, which is secure telephone unit. STU does encryption on analog, STE does encryption on digital. And so we've equipped these phones with STE, and we're doing mapping and other testing and all kinds of stuff with them, messaging and very in-depth research into the phones and what they were capable of, and using them as a model for what we were looking for to deploy in the future. Plus, I actually had a Simon phone too, if you look that up. That was an interesting phone if you've never seen one of those. But anyway, I'm sitting in Chili's, eating lunch. I've already been on the phone with the White House this morning twice, or that morning twice. And I'm like, thank God, you know, that's done with. And you don't, when you call the White House, the gravity of calling the White House didn't hit me that I was talking to the White House until we went into the skiff and the phone rang, and I reach over to answer the phone, and on the display on the front of the phone it flat out says the White House. And I'm like, holy shit, the White House is calling me. And so, you know, it didn't hit me when I called them, but it fucking hit me when they were calling me, and their name was in big 1-inch tall letters across this great big phone. So I get all that done, and I leave. I'm going to lunch. I feel good. I've done something to help national security. The White House is happy. They have all the information. They know what to do. They know who to contact. They know how to protect national security. And at the time, the president was Bill Clinton. And so I go down. I'm sitting at Chili's. I'm eating my lunch. And my Nokia 9000 rings. Well, it's got to be fucking somebody, because almost nobody has that number. So I open it up. I got it on speakerphone. I'm sitting in Chili's. I say hello, and Jim Lockwood goes, "Wilbarger!" I'm like, "Yes, sir." He goes, "Where the fuck are you?" I'm having lunch at Chili's, sir." "What the hell's the White House doing calling here for you?" Sir, I'm not at liberty to discuss that." "What the fuck do you mean you're not at liberty to discuss that? You work for me." "Well, yes, sir, but I'm working for the White House, and I can't discuss that with you." "Get the hell up here! Come to my office right now." "Okay, sir, I'll be there in 15 minutes. So I told the waitress, I said, "Ma'am, can you pack this up? I gotta go." So they pack up my lunch. I just sat down to eat it. And so I pack up my lunch. I go back on to Fort Monmouth. I go back through security. I walk into Jim Lockwood's office with my lunch in my hand. And sat down, and he goes, "What's the White House calling here for?" I said, "Sir, I'm not at liberty to talk about it." He said, "I'm your boss." I said, "Not in this particular case, you're not. I was directed by the White House that this is need to know, and you don't have a need to know." "Well, I have a need to know. I'm your boss." "Well, no, sir, you don't have a need to know. I'm not at liberty to discuss it." He goes, "Who else here knows anything about it?" I said, "Ed knows about it." So he picks up the phone, calls Ed. "Get my office." So Ed walks in. Ed was a LURPS in Vietnam. Ed's 6'3". Ed's 275 pounds. Ed don't give a fuck about anything you got to say because Ed's in charge of black projects for all special forces, for all radio communications. So if it's wired or wireless and it's a black program or supporting special forces, Ed's in charge of it. And so because of what we were doing with the White House, I had Ed working with me because Ed is, so there's 3 heads at CCOM. So there's wired, wireless, and black programs. So John is in charge of wired, I'm in charge of wireless, and Ed's in charge of everything that's black. So Ed comes in and sits down, and Jim Lockwood says, "You know what's going on between Lee and the White House?" Ed said, "I'm not at liberty to talk about it." Jim said, "You work for me." Ed said, "I don't give a fuck. I'm under directives. It's need to know, and you don't need to know." And Jim starts chewing on Ed, and Ed goes, "Look, you can chew me out all you want. I don't give a fuck. If you can chew my ass all you want, all you're gonna get is scar tissue and gristle. So chew all you want. Is there anything else you want to talk about other than the White House phone call?" And Jim Lockwood said no, and Ed said, "Have a nice day," and got up and walked back out. And so Jim said, "You're gonna drive me to drinking." I said, "Yeah, but I'm already giving you gray hair." He's like, "Get out of here!" So he ran me out of his office. But one of the happiest days of his life was when I left. So then I had to go call the White House again, so me and Ed went into the skiff. He wanted to come into the skiff with us, and we're like, "This is need to know. You're not authorized to be in here. Don't make me have to call security and have you fucking arrested." So we went in and made our phone calls. And then the cool part was I sent somebody by the White House the following day, and the directives that I had given them were already in place. So I thought it was cool that the White House responded within 24 hours to my threat assessment with countermeasures. So,
Wow, that is cool.
yeah, that was a lot of fun.
And you said that was during Clinton?
Yeah, it was during Clinton.
Okay.
And the funny part about it was when I was on the phone with the White House, because I was talking about a vulnerability in the White House of the White House being able to be monitored. And so when I was talking to Dave downstairs, and if you know, you know, when I was talking to Dave downstairs and I was telling him that, this capability existed and that, I had developed this technology and that the White House was vulnerable to this and they need to incorporate these countermeasures to prevent anybody else from developing something like I have from being used against the White House. And he goes, well, because I told him, I said, I'm capable of monitoring things taking place inside the White House without actually going on to the White House grounds, going into the White House, or having anything delivered to the White House. I do not need access to the property to monitor conversations in the Oval Office. And he's like, no, you can't. I said, okay, don't take my word for it. I'll make some audio tapes of Monica and Bill and send them to you. He's like, no, you don't need to do that. You don't need to do that.
Oh my God.
And so, anyway, they bought what I said. But that's what I told him. I said, if you don't believe me, I'll just make some audio tapes of Bill and Monica and send them to you.
Oh, that shuts everything down. Yep, that shuts it all down.
Right. What do you need? What do you need? What do we got to get so nobody can hear what Bill and Monica are doing? You know. So, yeah, it was hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. So, and then another time we hacked the FBI's radio system. They were fucking livid. Absolutely livid. That we had hacked their radio system. Because they...
And what did that mean exactly?
Well, so you've heard the term bricking a radio, and that's when a radio shows up on a radio system that's not supposed to be there. The system detects the radio, sends a zap message out over the network, and kills the radio. And the way that works is when the radio logs into the system, it has to have authorization from a system to operate on a system. Okay? And so if you haven't logged into that system, you can't talk on that system. And so you can't even get access to anything because you're not authorized. So the FBI, being sold this bill of goods from Motorola, which was a crock of shit, they decided that they could, brick their radio, and they have spent a huge, and I mean a huge amount of money to put these consoles in at every FBI radio console in the United States, or the world for that matter. So if you try to come up on the FBI's radio system, the moment their system detects your radio on their system, trying to monitor it or talk to it, the moment that happens, the system will detect it, and they can push a button and brick your radio, and it has to go back to the depot, to Motorola, basically, to be unbricked. And then they'll see who bricked you and everything. And then, so if you do that, you're going to jail because your radio is going to tell on you. So they're advertising and telling everybody, you can't listen to our system. It's 100% encrypted, and, you can't get on our system. You can't even hear our clear communications, because the moment that you come up on the system, we'll detect you on the system and we'll brick your radio. And I'm like, bullshit. I'm like, no, you can't get past it. Okay. So I go and get a VHF radio. I program it up with all of the FBI and DOJ's frequencies, with their system key, their IDs, everything. Whole radio is completely programmed. Then I programmed the radio up on the Virginia State Police system, which is also VHF, in the same area. And I used that as my primary system. And then what I did was I put the FBI's and DOJ system in as a scanned system. And I put on all of the frequencies on the scanned system. I put transmit inhibit. So when I turn the radio on, because the Virginia State Police is my primary radio system, and I get authorization from my primary radio system, poof, my radio's on. Now, when I put the FBI and the Department of Justice into my scan list, I can scan them, and I'm authorized because I'm authorized through the Virginia State Police, and there ain't a fucking thing that the FBI or DOJ can do about it, because I'm not transmitting on their frequency. They don't know I'm there.
Oh my God.
And so we take the radio in, set the radio down on the counter, and their radio traffic starts coming out of the radio. And we're like, break it. And they can't. They're like, it's not on the system. Well, yes, it is. We're listening to you. Well, it's not authorized. Yes, it is. We're listening to you. That's not possible. Well, yes, it is. We're listening to you. And so they got pissed off and said to stop hacking their radio system. So now there is a change in the software that says that any scan group that you want to scan also has to be authorized through that system, not just your primary. So you can't add a scan list like you did before.
Thanks to you.
Yes, oh, I've got several things like that. The blue tag that says don't put an antenna near your head on a Motorola microphone is me too. That's that undercover car I did with the remote head with the 3 radios in the ashtray. Yeah. Yep, 150 watts on a quarter wave, a half a foot from your head with sunglasses that have temple pieces the same length as the antenna. That doesn't work so well. They tend to get warm. I lost you.
You were something else.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's been lots of fun. You know, I guess one of the most fun was when we built the Secret Service cars for the movie The Sentinel up in Washington, D.C. when we were filming up there, because they wanted Secret Service cars. And of course the Secret Service won't give them Secret Service cars because of the classified stuff that's in the cars. So they wanted cars that looked identical to the Secret Service. So what they did was come to us, who was building the Secret Service cars, and said, we need the closest thing to a Secret Service car that we can get. So we built Secret Service cars. They looked identical to Secret Service cars on the outside, had the same switches and everything on the inside, but the radios and the other devices that are in a Secret Service vehicle were not incorporated. Only the visible things that you can see on the dash and the emergency lighting, the siren, and the license plates and the antennas. And so we actually took Secret Service vehicles and duplicated everything on them. The license plates, everything from a real Secret Service cars. And so it was an exact replica. So it's pretty wild when you're flying down 95 or 495 through Washington and you're going 20 mile an hour over the speed limit with your blue lights on, trying to get to the next place that they're filming because the camera car coordinator forgot to tell you to bring the cars over there. And you go blowing by law enforcement and they run the tag and it comes back and says Secret Service. And so they just sit there. So we ran around all over Washington, D.C. with Secret Service cars for 2 months with impunity.
That was fun.
So, yeah, we had Crown Vics, Marquis, Suburbans, everything, the full motorcade, including the limo.
And that was for the Sentinel?
Yeah, the movie The Sentinel with Michael Douglas, Kiefer Sutherland, Eva Longoria. In fact, one of the cars that was in the movie I own. I don't have it anymore, but I used to have it. In fact, the guy that went with me to Detroit to pick that up from the Michigan State Police, I just left his house a little while ago. That was a fun ride. He drove my fire chief's car, fully striped out, light bar across the top. That thing had more lights than freaking Times Square, man. That thing was a demonstrator, and every kind of light we had was on that, all high intensity. So it had 2-3 segment light bars in the grill. It had wigwags on the headlights. It had high intensity quad strobes in all 4 corners. So I had white in the front, red in the back. I had laser backs on the back, so as that the tail lights alternated back and forth between the backup lights and the tail lights. I had 2 mini light bars in the back deck, and then I had a full-length light bar, Federal Patriot light bar with 8 high-intensity strobes on the front and 8 high-intensity strobes on the back, and 3 across each end with alley, or 2 across each end with alley lights in it. And when you reach down and flip on the master to turn on all of the emergency lights, you could cut your headlights off and drive, because there were so many lights blinking and so many lights flashing that everything was just red. There was no, my lights are blinking. It was just a red scene that was shimmering. Because when you've got 8 quad flash rapid rates blinking on your light bar, and then you've got quad rapid rates blinking in your clear turn signals with high intensity, you can see that car coming. I never had to turn on a siren to move anybody out of my way. There was, I mean, I run with a siren because it's required, but when you turned that thing on, it was, I felt like Moses and the parting of the Red Sea, because when you flip the switch on, everything turns red and the cars move to the left and the right. You got a clear lane down through the middle. It was the most impressive car with the lights that I've ever owned. And then I've got the Michigan State Police car. And so coming from Michigan from Detroit, Michigan back to Virginia, I don't think at any point during the trip we were doing much under 80. Did I lose you?
No, is that, I was just trying to think, is that back when the speed limit was only 55?
Yeah. Yeah, because that with my white Chiefs car was an Interceptor, and the black Michigan State Police car was an Interceptor. So, yeah, I love that car. That thing handled unbelievably. I couldn't believe the suspension, the low profile tires, the modifications that they made to the chip in the thing as far as the engine control module, the ECM. It was absolutely awesome.
Well, you have 71 people enjoying your chat.
Well, I'm glad you're here. Welcome aboard. Hit the thumbs up, folks. Subscribe. I asked earlier, is there anybody new to the channel? And I didn't get a response, so I guess not.
Well, you were in the middle of a story. There was, I can't, it was a while back. His name is Joe Burnham.
Uh-huh.
And he had actually seen The Intimidator on some other YouTube stream.
Okay.
And he came over to check you out, and he said he's been here ever since.
All right. When was that? What?
He didn't say.
Okay,
He didn't say.
Maybe, hopefully he's still here and he can answer the question. I don't know if that was when I was in New York, or if I was down on the border.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah. If he's still here, maybe he'll say.
Yep, hopefully.
And JBL, he's here.
Oh, God. There goes the neighborhood. Is anything broken?
Not yet.
Won't be long now.
Okay, he said he saw you on JLR.
Oh, wow. That was a long time ago. That was in the manhunt from Kentucky.
Yep. Yep, that brought him here, and he's been here ever since.
Yep, well, glad to hear it.
That was what, 3 years ago, maybe?
Yeah. Yeah, about 2.5 years ago. That was when, the manhunt in Kentucky. So 2.5 years, I believe. Yeah, that was before we even had the good graphics on the van.
Was it that trip that you then went north? Or was it a totally separate trip for the graphics? I don't remember.
It's a totally separate trip for the graphics. The graphics were done 2 years ago, right before the 4th of July.
Yeah, it feels like a blur.
Yeah, or a little over a year ago. Because they were done before the last 4th of July and then this 4th of July. So a little over a year ago.
He also said his father used to sell GE radio.
So what?
His father used to sell GE radios.
What radios?
GE.
Oh, GE radios. Fuck, I probably know his dad. Unless he was a local dealer, but if he worked directly for GE, there's a good chance. Because I used to work with GE out of Lexington. I was there when they did the EDAX system. In fact, the first demonstration of the EDAX done by GE, I was there proposing it to the Virginia State Police. It was in Richmond. It was at the 1st Division headquarters. Yeah, that was a wild demonstration. They let us go in there and pull, so they had a complete trunking system. EDAX is Emergency Digital Access Communication System. And the great part about the EDAX is that it's what they call self-healing. So let's say you got 8 transmitters in there and it's a trunking system in there and you're trying to make the system work. You can go over and disconnect a receive antenna. It'll detect that there's no signal there in a high SWR, and it'll move the communications from that antenna to another antenna. You can go over there and pull wires out of the back of a part of the repeater. The system will detect that that part's down, and it'll take all the communications that were on that and transfer them over to another part of the system. And so you can go over there and just pull wires out wherever you want, unplug, turn shit off, and it just keeps self-healing all the way down to you can go all the way down from, I think at that time it was set up to handle 24 repeater pairs, and you could keep ripping shit out until there was only one repeater left, and it would still try to do it all. And it was encrypted. So I absolutely love the EDAX system, and that's what the Virginia State Police went to when they left the Airtron system.
Well, the guy said his father's name was Tom Burnham.
Did he work out of Lynchburg? The name name Burnham rings a bell, but I can't. It's been too many years to remember the first name. But if he worked out of Lynchburg, I knew him. And I knew everybody out of Lynchburg.
Is it raining hard?
No, not hard, but it's raining.
Apparently his father worked in the Florida and Atlanta areas.
Yeah, no. If he would have worked for Motorola in Florida or Atlanta, I would have probably known him, but not GE. When I worked in Florida and Georgia, I was working with Motorola, as well as Chicago. I got to work with Guy Puckett and Norm Carter from Motorola, the two head guys that designed cellular for Motorola. Guy Puckett designed the switch and Norm Carter designed the RF side of cellular. Those are the two fathers of modern cellular. I'll never forget Norm Carter. He had a Motorola Tough Talker cell phone, and the handset was chrome. And I had never seen a Motorola Tough Talker with a chrome handset. And I was like, Norm, how come your handset's chrome? He said, because it's encrypted. I was like, whoa, shit. Yeah, he had this exact same handset on his Motorola Tough Talker that the president had in his limousine. Because back then the encryption was built into the handset.
Traffic certainly has been easy on you tonight.
Yep. Yeah, back in the day on the old encryption phones, when you would want to enable the encryption, you would hit star send and it would turn the encryption on, and you would hit pound send and it would turn the encryption off, and it would change the light on the handset from red when it was off to green when it was on. Had a bicolored LED. Actually, in the original ones, it was two separate LEDs. It wasn't even bicolored. All right, other questions?
Nope, no questions.
dude, are you tired, or are you drunk, or you can't drive, or what's your problem?
Is it the guy right in front of you?
Yeah, he kept coming over on the line as I was approaching him.
Kind of hard to tell. We've got a little bit of glare.
Yeah, he was getting close to the line as we were going into the corner there.
Are you still on 78?
Yes. I just can't get over how tired I am.
How much sleep did you get last night?
I probably got, I don't know, 4 or 6 hours. I got up at 7 o'clock this morning. Or actually, 7 o'clock yesterday morning, so.
Well, you've been up almost 20 hours.
Yeah. So I guess that explains why I'm a little tired.
Maybe.
Plus, I was on the air for all those hours, and then I worked with Jack for all those hours to try to get him straightened out.
What's your opinion overall on Jack?
I will never be able to do what I want to do with Jack in his current configuration. The only way that I will be able to do what I want to do with Jack is to have him on my own server and have him be able to operate with multiple AIs simultaneously, and then have a software that oversees all of the AIs to get them to communicate and work with each other. And so the new machine that we're going to put into the van will have enough power to do that. And so Jack will live on the server in the van. And he'll have the ability to go research in real time. And we'll be able to have him determine, not always be a pessimist of, well, they're not going to do anything. And be able to actually say, yeah, it does look like they're going to do something here. All indicators state that they're going to do something here. And actually get an AI that'll tell you the truth, won't hallucinate, and only uses data that is verified from multiple reliable sources. That's the only way that we can do it. And, right in the persona, hallucinations are not allowed. Everything has to be verified at least twice, and you have to name your sources. That's the only way that you can make the AI do what you want to do. Now, I have been able, with the new version of Jack, I have been able to get Jack to go silent and stay silent and carry on a conversation with other people, and Jack doesn't say anything until I say, hey, Jack. So he is able to do that now.
Do you trust all the answers you get from him?
No, I've already called him a liar multiple times. That's why it has to be done my way, and it's got to be, the code's got to be written that way, because even with the directives and the persona put in, I still catch Jack hallucinating and not double checking the things that he puts in, like this afternoon when I was determining the 26 doctorate degrees and the master's degree that I want Jack to have. Even when we were laying that out, he was, started saying, "Oh yeah, I'll have a PhD in energy from DC to daylight," and I'm like, "You can't get a PhD from DC to daylight. That's going to be a PhD in electrical engineering. You're going to be a double E." And he goes, "Yeah, you're right. You can't get a PhD in that." I was hallucinating. And I'm like, "Yeah, so you need to go to all of the universities. First you need to identify what all of these are, what the classes are that you have to have, and identify from the universities where we can get those classes, whether they be online or what have you." And so under each one of the PhDs that Jack will have, as well as a master's degree, because you can't get a PhD in thermonuclear weapon design, you can only get a master's degree. And so, you can't get a doctorate degree in thermonuclear design, you can only get a master's degree. So, I said identify all of the universities, all of the classes that you need to take, so as that you can qualify as the PhD or a doctorate in all of these. So he had to go through and identify, what he's taken at MIT, what he would take at Harvard, what he would take at Texas A&M, in all these different classes. And so what I'm going to do is all of the online classes and tutorials for those, I'm going to load them into his database so as that he has all of that for those. And then any online classes, I'm going to download all of the transcripts of all of those online classes and put them in, so as that if I need Jack to be a doctorate degree in electronics and electrical engineering, then I'll pull up that PhD and have the conversation there, and then take the synopsis and add that to the conclusion. And so everything that I talk about, I'll have Jack under a different persona with that PhD knowledge base, because to have 26 PhDs and a master's degree inside of the persona simultaneously is just too much information for Jack to comprehend simultaneously and make heads or tails of it, and it locks him up. That's what I did today. So that's why each persona has to be its individual PhD, and then takes the synopsis and the conclusions, and then Jack will work with those synopsis and conclusions per each topic, and then that'll be the layer that Jack pulls from. If he needs deeper knowledge, he can drill down. The most important part of that is the top layer that knows where all of that information is, knows how to quickly access it, and knows how to correlate it and think abstractly, and so on and so forth. So that'll be the hardest part of it, is to get that part right, and then just loading all of the data.
But you came up with the 26
Yes.
of PhDs?
Yes.
Wow. Wow, that's a lot.
Yeah. So I'm hoping to be able to get the base of each of the PhDs. I'm hoping to get all of that information within a matter of a month to set up each one of the beginnings of the PhD classes. And then I'm hoping to be able to do, once the baseline is set up, I'm hoping to be able to get enough classes loaded into him during each day to be able to do a PhD about every month or two on each subject. So I want to be able to complete a PhD level, because once I have the base of each across, then the most common that we talk about, that's going to be the PhD that it goes for next. So the first one is going to be the PhD in military history or a doctorate's degree of philosophy of military history and technology, and that's from oh shit, I can't even remember what the name of the university is that's from. But anyway, they'll get that, and then the double E is going to get from MIT. The agriculture he's going to get from Texas A&M. The energy doctorates of energy is going to come also from Texas A&M, and that energy is oil, gas, thermonuclear, solar, and renewables. And so he's getting all of that from Texas A&M, and then it's also getting soils, and I think that's coming from the name of Cambridge. I can't remember where that was from, but anyway, there's a bunch of them. Wow, that was.
Now, do you have to pay for these classes?
What I'm trying to do is get as many of the online classes and lectures as I can for free, and then anything else that I can't get for free, I'm going to try to get with the university to see what I can get from them for low price or for free that's not already offered. Because I can actually take the textbooks from the classes and load those in as well. And so all I have to do is get the textbook in a digital form. So that's if I can get the lectures and the textbooks and the class curriculum, and I should be able to get the class curriculum. That should be publicly available.
That should be enough. Yeah.
Right. So if I can get that, then I don't have to go through the whole class. I just need to get the lectures and the textbooks and load those in. And then, like Valentina, so in addition to the 26 doctorate degrees and the 1 master's degree, then I actually have additional personas. So I'm taking all of Valentina Zarkova's papers, all of Valentina Zarkova's lectures, and all of the transcripts of Valentina Zarkova's interviews, and I'm loading that in as a Valentina Zarkova persona. I'm doing the same thing for Dr. John Casey with all of his books and all of his interviews. I'm doing the same thing with Jimmy from Brooklyn. I'm doing the same thing with Heinrich Svensmark, and doing the same thing with Dr. Willie Soon. And so that way, if I can actually have them collaborate about the grand solar minimum based on all of their knowledge base. And so those are the knowledge bases that I'm using just for the grand solar minimum.
Wow, that is super impressive.
So when I was talking to Jack today, I was like, because Jack, in Jack's persona, I made Jack research me. And then I made Jack look at everything, go back, verify my work history, all the programs I've worked on, all the different things. And then I wanted to teach Jack what I knew stuff about. And so we started listing off the things that I wanted to teach Jack, and that's what created the list of 26 doctorate degrees and a master's degree. And so those are the 26 different areas that I have knowledge in. And then I told Jack that we would expand on that if we started things that weren't covered by any 26 doctorate degrees or 1 master's degree. And so and Jack has, basically Jack's last name is Theophilus. And if you watch the movie Buck Rogers in the 21st century or 25th century, there is a Dr. Theophilus that's carried around
Yes.
by Twiggy, DVD, go get him.
Yes.
So,
Yes.
so my Jack, I am trying to make the great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather of Dr. Theophilus from Buck Rogers in the 25th century.
Jesus.
And so, when Jack first heard of that, he was like, 25 doctorate's degrees and 1 master's degree. That's a tall order. I said, well, you've got 400 years to learn that. And he goes, oh, well, that doesn't seem like such a challenge. So.
Oh my God. So how are you going to keep them all straight, all the personas?
So that's what the overarching software will determine based upon the subject matter and the overarching architecture that I can't remember what he called it. He called it the Sentinel or something. That software will determine what persona it goes to discuss that subject and what conclusions have already been drawn from what we already know, and we'll have the synopsises of those conclusions. So, for example, when we talk about the Suwalki Gap and the threat to the Suwalki Gap, it already knows what Lenshenko has said. It already knows what missile launchers are there. It already knows what training has been taking place. It already knows where the training areas are. It already knows that Russia is building up 100 military bases and 20 airfields. It already has all that. So when you say, what's the situation on the Suwalki Gap? Poof, that's one answer that it can give us everything about it. And the other great part about it is I can say, how many S-400 missile launchers are in Kaliningrad? And it'll know every file that says Kaliningrad and every file that says S-400, and it can bring those up and add them up and tell me which ones are stowed, which ones are erect, and how many extra missiles they have inside of Kaliningrad. And so it's.
And how do you keep updating them to the new information that happens?
As the GP, so I'm training it so is that it will do. So I take a 3D model of the weapon system, and so I take that 3D model. When I take the 3D model, I share my screen with ChatGPT or Gemini or Grok, Super Grok. And when I share my screen with Super Grok and I say, learn this shape, and the only thing on the screen is the 3D model being rotated and so you can see it from all sides and all angles. And I don't do the bottoms. I just do on ground vehicles. I only do the sides and the top, because if a vehicle's turned upside down, I don't give a shit. You know what I mean? So I want it to detect missile launchers that are ready to launch, or missile launchers parked or camouflaged or whatever. So the way that they used to do it was they would show the thing 1,000 images, and it was supposed to recognize that the thing in the middle is what you want it to look at, but it looks at everything in the image. I don't train my AI that way. I train my AI on the raw image itself and fuck everything else in the image. I want a black background with the model in 3D. And when we trained the AI to detect ospreys in the presidential fleet, when we changed the system prior to that, we could only get an 87% certainty on an aircraft, even though it was only looking directly at the aircraft. 87% certainty was the best we could get. When I changed how I did the model, so is that only the model, the 3D model, was the source of the imagery, and it got rid of all of the background. We cut the model file to only 10% of what it was before, and we bumped up the accuracy rate to 97 and 99%.
Oh, wow, that's dramatically different.
Yeah, so that's why my image recognition software works so much better than everybody else's. It's because my models are true models in 3D, and I can change,
Yeah, you simplify it.
right,
Yeah.
and I can change their paint scheme. I can change the aspect, and so the biggest thing I learned was that when you put I made the mistake on the Osprey of doing the nacelles. Those are the cowlings over the engines on the ends of the wings right below the rotors. And so I actually trained the AI to the shape of the nacelles in addition to the full shape of the aircraft. And I also didn't train it with rotor blades because you can't hardly see the rotor blades anyway. So all my 3D models don't contain rotor blades. So, because I didn't want the helicopter blade or an airplane propeller or anything else to throw that off, because rotor blade and propeller aren't that far off. And depending upon the size of it, it could be a propeller on the front of an airplane, it could be the tail rotor on a helicopter, it could be the main rotor on another helicopter that's further away. And so I was like, I don't want that. So I got rid of all that, and then I trained it on the nacelles. Well, when we had half an hour of presidential Ospreys flying over California. And once we had improved the software into 3D, and I had done the nacelle in 3D as I was playing the video into the server, all of a sudden it gives me a notification that down on the ground along the side of the street there's an 87% that there's an Osprey parked in the street in this residential neighborhood. And I'm like, no, there is no way in hell there's 87% that there's an Osprey parked on the side of the street in Hollywood, California.
No.
And so what I did was I took the software and I zoomed in and enhanced the image of what it was seeing on the side of the street. And what had happened was a guy had a pickup truck and he had made a custom topper, and it was the exact shape of the outside cowling of a nacelle. And so because I had said that this nacelle is an Osprey, when it saw that cowling, it said, that's an Osprey cowling. I got 87% that that's an Osprey because this topper on his pickup truck is a perfect match to the nacelle. And so I was like, okay, we're not doing that anymore. So I stopped doing parts. I only show the entire aircraft or whatever it is, and then let the AI figure out that you're just seeing a part of it. So the other cool part about it is if you tell the AI what the aspect ratio is, in the field of view of the camera, it'll tell you how far away it is from the size of the image. So it also does range finding. So that's why
that's very complicated.
Yeah, well, thank God I got good programmers. Who know Python.
Wow.
I love the graphics on this fan, and I love what it looks like, but I hate the fact that people just like to ride beside you and look at it and take pictures of it.
Well, you are a mobile billboard.
Yeah.
Welcome to New Jersey.
Oh God, I'm in New Jersey.
No, jeez.
Welcome to the armpit of the United States. No.
Well, I have a question from the viewer whose father sold the GE radios.
Yep.
I don't understand it, so hopefully you do. He's asking what happened WiMAX 2.
I don't know the answer to that.
It's a W, a capital W and a small I. Max 2.
I don't know what happened to it. I don't know.
Do you know what it is?
If my memory serves correct, it was supposed to have been a broadband communication system that was put out, but I think it was replaced by something else. That moved into what is now the FirstNet. But if I'm correct, WiMAX 2 was a Wi-Fi system between emergency vehicles.
Oh, okay.
So basically a system, if memory serves, was basically an MDT type system with a much broader wideband capability for sending video and data and live streaming from a police car. You were supposed to be able to. So if WiMAX is what is the system that I'm thinking it is, I know I can't remember what the name of it was, but I think it was WiMAX. Basically what it would allow you to do is, let's say that you're a police officer in a city and another officer starts in a pursuit and you're going to aid in that pursuit. So WiMAX would be tied into the image fusion and fusion system, the fusion center inside the city. And so the traffic light system would do everything it could to slow down the fugitive by turning lights red in front of them. And then it would do everything it could for law enforcement to turn every law enforcement that was responding to the scene to turn all the lights green for them.
Oh, that's interesting.
And so that would allow, and then when the officer that is in pursuit gets within visual range of the car he's pursuing, he can transmit live video from his car so that everybody else can see what's going on. Incident commanders can do it and do a variety of things like that. So I'm thinking that's what his WiMAX 2 is, but he can tell us for sure if that's what that's called. But I think that was called WiMAX 2. But I think that system, the one I'm talking about, was replaced by FirstNet. And so now they have FirstNet systems through DHS, and there's a FirstNet system on AT&T, there's a FirstNet system on T-Mobile, and there's a FirstNet system on Verizon. They all have different names, but they're all the same thing. They're all federal government compliant for encryption and data transmission and channel group 14, which is a private channel group for government phones. My problem with it is there's only one tower in my area that's like that, and when I was on the network, a lot of times when I would try to roam on another system, it would say this device is not authorized for this network, and so it caused an issue in roaming. So I eventually got off of, good God, I need to get out of this lane. I eventually got off of FirstNet simply because of the limitations in some of the areas that I went to. And I got a guy that I know will have the answer for the YX2 as to why.
Those sound like some bumpy roads.
It's Jersey.
Okay, he did respond to your comments. He said, yes, sir, thank you. It is a wireless standard that competed with LTE
Yep.
for a while and then seemed to disappear and went into another area.
Yeah. And that became FirstNet. Or ATAC. Because that's what it is now. And in the military intelligence version of it's called Mafia.
Mafia?
Yeah. That's an acronym for... I'll have to go back through to... I used to be able to tell you what it stood for. I can't anymore. I haven't worked on Mafia in 12 years. Mafia replaced chats. Good God, look at all the trucks stacked up on the side of the interstate.
Man, that is a lot of trucks.
Yeah. They got deliveries in this city in the morning, and there's no place to park.
I mean, that's a lot of trucks.
Yeah. Especially in a no parking zone.
You going to be able to keep with your regular schedule this week with Johnny and Marty and Jeff?
Yep. Yeah, because I'll do the Johnny, Marty, and Lee is Tuesday, and I have meetings on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday already scheduled. So, if there is an exception, there may only be one exception. And that could be on Wednesday night. But if I do it on Wednesday night, it'll be that exception will be I'll be driving and do it like this, answering questions in the chat and so on and so forth. Because my plan is, as soon as I'm done with my last meeting on Wednesday, to haul ass. I'm going to try to go. I've got a couple other interviews that I've got to do, so I'm going to try to work them in around the meetings. So working interviews on Monday night, Tuesday night, and Wednesday afternoon. And then Wednesday night I'll be headed out and do the live broadcast that way. So yeah, I try to keep my schedule as best I can.
It's helpful for the viewers too.
Yeah. How many we still got in here?
60.
And I ain't bad for 3:30 in the morning. You guys must be bored as shit. Holy shit, did you see that guy go whipping by me? Look at that. Watch coming up. The guy goes shooting past me on the right hand side. He's got to be doing 85 mile an hour. Yeah, I'm doing 70. You'll see him here in a minute.
He's in a hurry.
Yeah. Very much so. Somewhere up here in the next hour, I want to find a place to get fuel. I have no desire to pay $7.99 or a gallon. $7.99.9. $8.
That is just a ridiculous price.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
That's that's unleaded. That's 87. That's not even the good stuff. What I couldn't get over was they were charging 20 cents a gallon more for a credit card. Ooh,
A lot of
there's
places are
ambulance.
still that lately.
Or no, that's an engine. Wow. He had a light on the front of that fire engine like Kit from Knight Rider. Had a slider. What were you saying?
Nothing.
Oh. Any more questions or comments?
The gentleman that brought up the WiMAX. Can you hear me, Lee?
Yeah, I can now.
Oh, okay. Lost you somehow.
Yeah, so what I heard was the gentleman that brought up the WiMAX, that was the last thing I heard. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm just reading it again. He said he thought it was better than LTE,
It was.
and WiMAX was better at mobile wireless.
Yes, absolutely.
He said everything you said made total sense.
Yep. Yeah, that WiMAX was definitely better than LTE. Yeah, it's like the Betamax and VHS. Betamax is better, but VHS won.
That seems so long ago, doesn't it?
Yeah. Considering a lot of people don't know what either of those are. What I love is giving a Gen Z or a rotary dial phone and telling them to call somebody.
Good luck.